Okay, so come and take a seat. Here we are. We're going to do the sound check because we're so cowboy. We're just going to do the sound check as we actually start the show. So if you don't know what this is, this glowing round table of chat, come and take a seat. It's just a simple pop-up talk show from the UK called Talkaoke. The principle is very simple. All you do is talk into this mic and talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's kind of up to you. Everyone's invited, and it's going to be a journey. So let's find out who we've got around the table. You happy with the sound?
I'm happy with the sound. I'm Margot. Hi.
Hello, Margot. Let me hear you with a round of applause. And who have we got over here? Tell us your name.
Tom, I'm from Belgium.
Okay.
Me, I'm Ton.
And
I'm Jan.
And I'm Mikey. Come and join us. There's no contractual obligation. Come and help us warm this up. We have got, we've got Ton, we've got Jan, we've got Margot, and I'm Mikey. Tell us your names.
Sella.
And
Kato.
And you've just joined us at a very historic moment because this is the very, very first Talkaoke that's ever been done in Flanders. Although there has been done for quite some time around the world, but the first time in this particular part of Belgium. But I don't want to put pressure on you because, you know, like the first ever telephone or phonograph recording was Mary Had a Little Lamb. So you don't need to worry about coming up with anything good, really. The history is already there. So the whole way Talkaoke works, it's up to you to decide what you want to talk about. Could be anything. Has anyone got anything they want to kick off with? Any thoughts, comments, observations?
Well,
Yeah.
What was your name, please?
My name's Mikey.
Mikey, I'm Tom.
Yes, hello Tom.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
So I've got the good news. I found a second good man who is
Yeah.
coming at 8 o'clock who will talk about the whole thing in the organization,
Yeah.
what's the purpose, and what they are exactly to do here, and what are they going to construct here
Right.
in the future here.
Yeah.
So the good news that two specialists are going to come here
Yeah.
to talk
Well, that's excellent.
about the details about the organization of today.
What organisation, though?
But I'm just visiting.
What is
I
it?
told
You mean the Wintercircus?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the organization today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because it's
Oh, you mean the festival, the Mutation
the festival.
Okay.
Because
all right.
I'm
Yeah.
not specialized about the thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, everyone on Talkaoke is a specialist on something. We know that. Margot?
No, I'm just interested because this is
Yeah.
Mutation Festival, and I feel like this space may be mutated as well because I suppose
Yeah.
it was a circus,
Yeah.
right? But now it's not. I mean, unless this is circus, I don't know. Maybe the definition
Yeah.
of circus
Is there
mutated.
going
I
to be
don't
any
know.
circus element? I just want to say to anyone walking past, come and have a seat on the table of chat. This is Talkaoke Freeform Talk Show. We're just getting this going, really. We don't know where the conversation's going. At the moment, we're talking about Mutation Festival. Has this building actually mutated? Was there a point? Yeah.
I think originally it was a place where people from Ghent stored very old cars.
No,
Right.
but yeah, well, not per se like many people from Ghent. It was like, it was one family,
Yeah.
and they had like a lot of cars.
Was it something to show to other people? or
No,
was
it was like his hobby and his life, and he loved it. And I once saw an interview from like the 90s, and
Yeah.
he was just talking like, yeah, no, it's just because I have a passion for this and I want to do it. And it was like, it was not right now. It's like really pretty, but it was just like old cars and wrecks, and it was completely.
Like you see there, it was just tearing down, I guess. It was
Yeah.
just one family with too much money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Too
they
much
just
money
stored
and too
cars
many
here.
cars. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Jan.
But before it was a circus, yes. That came later. That's Mahi, who was also keeping a garage
Yeah.
from Renault, I think. And his hobby was to keep old cars. And there was also a Zeppelin module.
An
here.
airship.
Yeah, the ship itself, not the balloon, but
Right.
the ship itself.
Oh, the gondola.
The gondola.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there was an airship gondola. I imagine that was hanging down.
Yeah, it was hanging here
Yeah.
somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds like a lot of fun, I have to say. But was it one person with too much money?
I mean, like, isn't like, for instance, a lot of things like that. Somebody's just got a lot of cash, and then they just make stuff happen. You know, that's just kind of how it happens. And then everybody else is just like struggling away.
Yeah.
But unless you've got big money, I don't know how these people made their money. Did they make their money from cars, or who knows?
Yeah.
And by the way, this is for you, but you have to be subtle about it.
Oh, okay. I'll be subtle. Don't worry. Yeah.
It was the biggest collection of old-time cars in the whole world.
Wow.
20, 30 years before, really.
Yeah.
There were more than 2,000 cars stored here. Upstairs, there were several. The cars could
Drive up the ramp.
drive up the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable what they constructed.
Did you ever see it?
One time when I was a child, but that's
Really?
very long time before.
Yeah. And what
Sorry
was
for-
your thoughts about when you came to see it? Did you think, well, this
Well,
is...
I was a child. I didn't know. I didn't understand what it was or what.
Yeah.
What the purpose. But it was full with cars. It was unbelievable.
Okay, interesting.
It was
Okay.
a miracle for the whole world, this thing. And the cars, they are still here in Belgium. They are stored in two different musea. One in the French part of Belgium,
Yeah.
in the south, and one time in the center of Belgium, the south center.
Okay, right, okay. So lots of interesting stuff. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. We're hearing about the history of this building. And I guess we're also... Yes, come and join us. We'll give you a round of applause. Right, so we've got Margot, we've got Tom, we've got Tone, Kato?
Yes.
And, sorry, what was it?
Sella.
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 C-E-L-L-E.
And Jan, and Mikey, tell us your name.
I'm Ian. Hi.
Ian, welcome. At the moment we're talking about the history of this building. It's been a circus, it's been a kind of car storage stroke museum. It's just been a wreck. Tom.
We've been talking about the history,
Yeah.
but let's talk about the future.
Okay.
Because it has
The
been
future.
recently.
Yeah.
There's a soundbite for that.
There is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's spooky.
Yeah.
No, but they recently renovated this stuff,
Yeah.
and I really like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what do you see? What do you see happening in this space then? What do you think would? I mean,
What I see now is people coming together, like right now,
yeah.
influencing each other, getting ideas together, and that's good.
Okay. I mean, have you got a vision for this space? Have you got like an idea that would? I mean, I'm going to go around the table on this one. I'm going to ask you as well. What's your idea for this space?
Well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Ian.
yeah, the goal is to make it like a hub for tech people who are busy with software creating, game
Yeah.
development. Because like Ghent is like really coming forward with like Baldur Gate here, and so this Mutation Fest, it's a fest to glorify the art of technology, of AI, and of all the things. So
Yeah.
the goal is to make it even more, to make it a real hub for tech giants.
Yeah.
Small techers.
Okay. Small tech giants.
Small tech giants, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, is that how people see Ghent? The technology is here. Sella? Yeah.
From all the cities in Belgium, Ghent is best known for its startup culture, especially in tech. Yeah, there's
Okay.
a lot of cool startups growing here in Ghent.
And why is that? Is it just by chance?
I think, first of all, the university really promotes thinking differently and thinking in a diverse way. So I think that's part of it. I think also just the allure of the city. People
Yeah.
move here, people with ideas move here. And I think it's also creative people that move here more often when compared to cities like Antwerp or Brussels, where people are thinking more in cabins. People
Right.
think more in the same way
Yeah.
all around. Here in Ghent, there's more diversity,
Yeah.
I think, and that diversity creates innovation.
Okay, so there's a lot of diversity of thinking in Ghent. Did you know that? Did you know that Ghent was a particularly diverse thinking place? It's a creative hub.
But you're talking about.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that, but you were talking about the future and like maybe the future of this building, but also this is all about technology and stuff. But a lot of people are doing like analog technology, and I'm
Analog,
like,
yeah.
that's quite retro. That's not future. So is future retro? Like is future analog? Like what is with that?
I mean, there was a guy
and the
just before we
history as well.
started that was drawing the slides that you can't really see right now, but
maybe we will
yeah.
later. But I'm just interested in like what's the place, what's the significance of this, analog approach in the future? Is it just
Yeah.
because? I mean, I don't know. I just don't know.
yeah.
But
Go on then, you were first.
I think speaking as the youth, I'll represent the youth here.
Yeah.
There is a sense of
Okay, hang on a
nostalgia.
sec. Hang on.
There is a sense of nostalgia for things we didn't have,
Yeah.
like records, analog cameras, things that are more. First of all, you have a sense of ownership when you create it, and it's more temporary, I think.
Okay, so you quite like the analog things.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay,
I like it a lot.
What do you think of this thing behind you here? That's looking quite analog to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's creating that with. He's creating droplets of ink in front of a microscope, and he's projecting that on the. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Okay, so the future is AI, but there's also this analog side, the vinyl, the oil projecting, the other analog stuff. Jan, I'll come to you in a second.
Yes, because analog is still something different than digital. With analog, you have some kind of infinite waveforms you can make, while digital is always an approximation. So you can make much smoother lines, for example, if you have an analog approach.
Yeah.
If you take a sweep between one point and another point, who is analog, and then you have an infinite change of voltages.
Yeah.
While digital, you have always steps.
Steps,
Yeah?
okay.
Okay.
But I mean, is there a space for the analog in the digital future that Ian was talking
I think
about?
yes. Because I saw with the Game Jam, who was last weekend,
Yeah.
where people were designing and working together with other people who were making the code to make the game. So it was a very good symbiosis.
So it can be a bit of a symbiosis between analog and digital. Ian?
Well, yeah, I think we're now in the phase as humans to try and match the technology that is available, the AI, that's a crazy invention, but to make sure it helps us. Because now we're sometimes, in a battle to, like the privacy, all the data.
Yeah.
Does it help us to evolve as human beings, or do it sometimes make sure that it disconnects us? Because the overflow of the social media sometimes makes people feel alone. So I think that's the direction we're heading to.
Okay, so there's a bit of a challenge to evolve in the right direction, in a human direction.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, Margot?
But I mean, for me, it's an ethical question because, on one hand, I agree with you. For instance, we should be more connected, and technology can make that possible. But at the same time, used badly, it can destroy the connections. But at what point, how can you protect yourself from being, for ruining it for yourself by using technology too much? Social media, as an example.
Is it something that we have to protect ourselves from, or is it?
Do we need to be protected from
Who's
it?
doing the
Because
protecting?
social media is pretty addictive as well.
Hang on a sec. I think Jan is going, and I think Tom, maybe you're going as well. But I will say this is a freeform Talkaoke, a freeform talk show. So come and go whenever you want. But please give us a final thought if you're leaving, because it's always a good one to get a final thought. So give us a final thought, Jan.
It's a shame to leave.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Maybe yes, maybe tomorrow. Okay.
What's your final thought about this? I mean, Ian.
It's so great. It's so great. People coming together and being creative and doing positive things. Yes. And so we're getting conscious that we are all one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's a big one to leave us on. We're all one. And it also goes back to Ian's point about evolving. That are we evolving? You're saying, yes, we need to evolve. Are we evolving? Do we even want to evolve? Are we happy with our level of evolution?
I think it's going lately really high paced. So we're evolving. We almost getting to Mars and thinking all right, that's super awesome, but we still have some basic to fix. If we can't supply, we have the possibility to make sure everybody has a house, everybody has a food, but it's not possible. And it's, I think, not only a way of thinking, but a system, an old system that we still hold in place. I'm not I'm anti-capitalistic, but I'm all right, there is something wrong.
Yeah.
It goes too fast on some ways and too slow on other ways.
Yeah, okay. What is going too slowly?
So we have our basic needs as a human being. We need a roof above our heads. We need food, and the distribution of food, wealth, and just the basic things. That's too slow.
Okay, so this sense of equality and getting people their basic needs is going too slowly. Come and join us if you want to. Let's have a round of applause. So we have got Jan, we have got Sella, we've got Kato. We have got Tone, we've got Ian, we've got Tom, we've got Margot, and we've got Emanuela, welcome. And Mikey. And we're talking about, there's a few things on the table. This space, this festival, does it allow us to evolve? Do we want to evolve? Are we evolving in the right way? Yeah, Sella.
So I think, coming back to what you said, there's this quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he basically brings the whole, he says, people have a lot of comments about, do we have to go to Mars, do we have to go to different planets, isn't just all that space research a waste of money, and money that should better be used on human welfare and stuff like that. And he brings it down back to basics, and he says, imagine you're cave people and you live in a cave, and you have all of these problems in the cave. You don't have enough food for everyone, you don't have enough place for everyone, you don't have enough water for everyone, and someone comes with the idea, let's leave this cave and look for solutions outside of the cave, but everyone else says, no, we can't leave this cave until we've solved these problems. So I think that solving these problems often requires going to a different place and ignore, exactly, because the solutions might be outside of the cave.
May I close?
Yes.
As I am a Grateful Dead fan,
yes,
I've been on Mars already with the Mars Hotel.
Yeah.
So you don't need to go in physic, you can go in the spirit also.
Okay. You can spiritually leave the cave.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so you don't need to physically leave the cave. You don't, maybe spiritually, maybe in other ways, other kind of realities, leave that cave. Come and join us. Ian.
Now I gotta leave. Thank you. Really nice, smooth. No, I think we're heading for a mutation. That's why the name of the festival. And we have the tools, and I think we need the right pace and rhythm to find each other in one goal. I think that's one of the things we need as a human species. We need one goal. All right, we're gonna try to go to Mars. We're gonna try to get together some way or make sure that everybody has some stuff. So I think we're going through a mutation, and I think the right questions need to be asked. I think that's and answered.
Yeah. Well, we need to ask them first before we can answer them. Yes.
So what is the right? So I think the right question is, what is the right question?
What is the right question? Yes. Okay. Is there such a thing as a right question? Is there just lots of better questions, but never the perfect question? We're always searching for the perfect question on Talkaoke. Hang on before you go on a final thought from you. We've only been going about 10 minutes and we're getting very philosophical already. We're just going straight to the point. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's job done already. Okay, so give us a final thought. Kato.
Wait, I have to think.
Okay, Sella first.
Thank you for this, because I think people should talk more to each other.
Okay.
On the real level.
Okay, and I would add to that, although it's not my job to add things, but in this case I will, and also listen to what other people say as well, I think, which is just as important. We've got a new face over here, so welcome. Let's have a final thought from you.
Well, I fully agree with what you said, that we need to talk more, and I think that it's important that everyone works together and that we combine our strengths.
I mean, people were talking about one goal. Do you feel like that as a species, as the town of Ghent, we could have one goal, or do you think it's...
I think that's really difficult, because there are so many things that you need to think about to put it in one goal. I think that's a bit too, that will be too, like there are more details to it, so I don't think you can put it in one. But I think that there are a few, and that we have to work together to reach all those goals. As like,
I think one goal sounds like a dictatorship, and I don't like dictators.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is not a dictatorship around here. It's trying to be the opposite. I feel like I've ignored you on this side, Emanuela, but also got a new face. What's your name?
Manuel.
Emanuela. And we've got Margot, we've got Tom, we've got Tone, we've potentially got these people over here. If they want to join us, you're very welcome. And my name's Mikey. And the moment we're kind of talking about Mutations Festival. I think that guy Ian was he something to do with the organising? Yeah, it seemed like it because he seemed to have a big vision, not just for Mutation Festival, not just for this space, not just for Ghent, but the whole world. But yes, go on.
I just want to ask, I have to. It's already 8 o'clock. I have to be manning my post.
Okay, tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
I don't want to finish with a last thought because I'll come back maybe.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
how long will you be here? The whole night? Well,
we're here all night.
I'll just jump in again. But let's keep the continuation of the conversation going. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tell us what you're doing and
right
where
now,
we can find you.
I'm projecting something. It's like an interactive game, so to say. As a child, I played in the garden, like many do. I had a magnifying glass, like not so many do. Sun was shining, so what do some kids do?
Yes.
They try to burn things, right, with the sun rays. Yeah. I have to admit that sometimes there was an ant underneath it. Yeah. That was a sin of my childhood. So
that's the closest I've got to ants. Sorry. Yeah.
So right now, I'm trying to atone.
Yeah.
Haha, because my name is Toon.
Yeah.
Yes. By creating or projecting ants on a wall.
Right.
And with a flashlight and a magnifying glass, you can burn them as well, but it's animal friendly.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a virtual ant.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have to see if the people are getting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they might see it as a practice for burning the real ants come summertime.
Yeah.
But you've got to make that case.
See you later.
Well, thank you. We're going to hit you with a round of applause. And good luck with that. We will see that shortly. But yes, we are here all night, so come and join us later on. But come and join us. Yes. So we have got Margot, Emanuela, Manuel, and
Tess.
And I'm Mikey, and this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show, where we talk about whatever. Go on.
I mean, this is interesting because this is like a new spin on aggressive. Yeah, well, there's this, but like what he was saying about his game to burn ants without actually harming ants. This is like a new, dimension of aggressive games, because they say like, oh, if you play like shooting games like Call of Duty or whatever, that's gonna make you aggressive or whatever. But what about ants? Like, it doesn't seem like it's an aggressive act because you're killing an insect, but it's just an insect.
I thought when he said, I'm going to atone for my burning ants in the garden, that he was going to make a video game for ants to play themselves. Burning people, yeah. That's what I thought he was going to
say. That
yeah.
This is very interesting. The way that you is set up with the round thing and the light is very interesting. Sort of inviting, but also intimidating.
Yes,
but
exactly.
It's to make you like, come here. Okay, well, let's hear what people have to say. And also, when I just got here, I think someone was talking about it's important to talk, right? For me, it's important to connect with people that you don't know on the streets, anywhere. Right, you be open. Some people want to connect, some people doesn't want to connect.
I think it's important. I definitely agree with you on that one. It is important to connect. Tess, have you got any thoughts at this moment?
I played as teenager the shooting games, Wolf, 3D and Doom. They were very popular in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I played also when I was under 16 years old.
Yeah. Has it made you into a violent, aggressive person?
No.
No?
I know it's fantasy and not a real thing.
Would you like to play a video game where you're an ant trying to burn humans?
It's a game, but must to know it's a game. It's not real. People must knowing the difference, but
yeah, people definitely know the difference between the real game and I guess it's a fantasy. Come and join us. This is real, but it's also kind of like a game as well. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're just talking to this microphone. It's very simple. We've got Tess, we've got Manuel, we've got Emanuela, we've got Margot, we have got me, Mikey, and we've got... What's your name?
Janne.
Janne.
Yeah.
And...
Sam.
And yes, round of applause. I've got a button for that as well. Yeah. Yeah.
See, I live in California. This is my first time here in Ghent.
Yeah.
I live in San Francisco, which is very progressive, but I'm very impressed about this city, which is much more progressive. And events like this, we don't have, or in San Francisco, it's just, this is very, very futuristic, avant-garde.
Okay, so you've come from San Francisco and you feel like you've come into the future.
Well, I feel like we're a little behind. Shamefully say, but I guess this is we have to learn about cities like.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I thought Back to the Future was an American movie, though.
Yeah, but this is Back to the Future 4 or 5. Yeah, everyone's inspiring each other. Yes. Okay. What's that?
Where are you from?
I'm from London. We're here. Yes. And yes, come and join us. What do you want? You can request a sound if you want to as well, but better if you make a point that is relevant to that particular sound. We've got a few different sounds, but it's more about the conversation, really. Anyway, come and join us. Come and join us. So we've got, we'll do this again, but this is the last time. We've got Margot, we've got Emanuela, we've got Manuel, we've got Tess, we've got Sem. And we've got Jana. Tell us your name.
Anna.
Alla.
Anna.
Anna.
Almost
Anna.
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 Robbe.
Robert.
Robbe.
Robert.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mikey. Yeah, come join us. Yes. My name is Mikey with the microphone. Okay. Mikey with the microphone. And anyway, we're talking. There's a few different things on the table. There's like this idea of the future. Oh, we need to pull this out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse us a little bit. Yes. Yes, there we go. Okay, so we've got more space over here. Maybe you can move over there, just so to make the seats more of. Yes. Okay. So where were we? Yes, we were talking about the future. Manuel's come from San Francisco, from Silicon Valley, not Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley is more the Los Angeles, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, no, I'm talking about silicone as a. Anyway, it's not important. But the point is, he's come here, and yes, we've got more people. He's come here, and Manuel's experience of Ghent is that he's walked into the future. This is a futuristic, technological, creative hub that he's walked into. Do people feel like that? Are you from Ghent? And do you feel like you're in a technological future in Ghent? Do you feel like it's the leading? What's that? No.
No, not really.
No. Okay. That's Okay. Anyway, I'm going to come to you in a second, but let's just get some names. We've got Margot, Emanuela, Manuel, Tess, Sam, Jana, Anna, Robu, and what's your name?
Benoit.
And
Joram,
yeah.
Dan.
And we've got Tom over here, and we've got
Omri.
And yeah, we're talking. I mean, you don't feel that Ghent is particularly futuristic, or
no?
You say no.
It's
What's that?
It's not technology. It's more progressive.
Progressive in what way?
But like in social ways.
Yeah.
I think that's more.
Okay, so it's more socially progressive than technological.
Socially progressive.
Okay, people are nodding their heads. Are you from Ghent as well on this side? Yeah. Do you feel like Ghent is a good place? Is it already in the future? There was a guy called Ian that said we need to evolve. We need to here in Ghent. We need to evolve. He's the guy that I think one of the founders of Mutations. I'm not sure, but
it will start in the will start in the Wintercircus. Of course, there's a lot of energy going around in technology, like with the tech CEOs. Like it's so it's going to be very social and very technical in a few years.
Do those things go together, social and technical?
Yeah, I guess technology is. Democratizes a lot of stuff, right? Makes a lot of stuff available.
Okay, so is there a connection on that? Easy bedfellows, technology, and progress, and the social side. Have we got the mix right?
But also art.
Yeah.
I think it also art.
Yeah.
You know, and actually, one thing that I see in Ghent is art. Yeah, that's true. Progressive. I would say more like a technology.
Yeah, but there's a creative element as well in the mix.
Yeah, of course there is. Look at just around you. See, this is something that is not. It's kind of unique for you guys. You don't see this in many cities around the world. So like I'm come from San Francisco, and this would be a very special thing to have over there. Like maybe it's kind of thriving.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Do you have this kind of thing in San Francisco? Come and join us if you want to. Anyway, the whole way Talkaoke West is kind of up to you to decide.
3 days.
3 days. It's kind of up to you to decide where you want to take this. Do you want to talk about the town of Ghent? Is it special? Do you want to talk about the mix of creativity, technology, and art? Do you want to talk about the festival? There's a person of
No, but it's interesting what you're saying, because when I came to Ghent, and this is it's my second time, but first time I didn't really see much. I only saw the National Theatre, and the guy who was in charge, he's no longer in charge. So anyway, old news. But it just strikes me as a very kind of like it's like a museum, this city. So I wonder, and I never heard of Ghent being in any way kind of, in the forefront of technology. So I wonder whether Ghent is big outside of Ghent.
Okay. Do people? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So?
I think Ghent is a student city. It's probably the biggest student city in Belgium, which brings a lot of new artistic and technological ideas from new people. A lot of clear minds, new people, just fresh minds as well, who haven't been shaped by the society that they live in. So I think that also brings a really big.
What are some of the new ideas floating around?
No, I'm just saying, there's a lot of new people. They start studying here in Ghent, and they are not in the work mindset that a lot of people of us are, which shapes you into the way that you have to think because of society and the way you have to act because that's normal. And a lot of people just start studying, they don't have that mindset yet, so they still have the possibility to create their own mindset and to bring all the new ideas to the city, which I think is a really nice thing in Ghent.
I mean, I want to know what some of those ideas are. So far around the table, we've had one idea, which was to create a computer game where ants burn human beings. But I'm surely there's better ideas. What are some of the ideas floating around in Ghent? Some of the new ideas, some of these kind of open-minded. Yeah.
There's a lot of investments in tech startups in Ghent, like a lot of Belgian money is pouring into it.
Yeah.
One of those is TechWall, for instance. They raised, I don't know the numbers, but now they're to America, automating in-company hiring. So they.
So you get hired by a robot.
No, they match the qualities of the people inside. Sometimes it gets forgotten what people can do in your company and certain jobs, and then they elevate those people within the company.
So it's within the company, the company hiring.
Yeah, it's hiring within the company.
Okay, so actually seeing what talents people have within a company. Okay, that's definitely a new idea. Yes, have a round of applause for that. I know it wasn't your idea, but thank you for bringing it. I actually love new ideas. I love to hear new, different ideas. Has anyone else got any new ideas that are happening, not necessarily in Ghent? Jana, have you got anything? Any new ideas? Anything that you're excited by?
Not particularly.
Okay, that's definitely,
Architecture.
Architectural ideas.
Very contemporary buildings, architecture, very well advanced.
So you like the buildings here as well? Okay, but you're from San Francisco. What are the new ideas happening in San Francisco?
Well, in San Francisco, we have there is the all new things about robots. All the driverless cars.
Right.
Yeah. So that's essentially the.
Okay, so it's driverless cars, autonomous vehicles is what's happening in San Francisco. Is that here? I mean, are people excited by new ideas? Can you have too many new ideas as well? Tess?
I like to take that social media takes, but most organizations in Fornality, it's only for youth.
Yeah, okay.
We are not reach the age from 30 and 41. And there's not enough organizations where I'm welcome.
Okay, so are we too youth-focused here in Ghent? Because we've got all these students.
Like Media Raven.
Yeah.
I like to do something as volunteer, but I don't find it because I'm too old for youth work.
Okay, so are we a bit too youth-centered here? bit too youth focused. A lot of young people around the table. You probably don't even notice. But I don't know. Tom, do you feel we're too youth-centred in Ghent? Is there too much focus on the young people?
Difficult question.
Yeah.
But I think Ghent is a very different a city with so much possibilities. It's a quiet city to live, but there are so many things happening here. There is a development of the technology. It's one of the biggest technology hubs in Europe, in the south of Ghent, which no one has talked about it, but well about the startups here.
Yeah.
But also we got, it's also an artist center.
Yeah.
And
I mean, how important is the art? Because Manuel was saying that's actually very important to have the mix, not just of creativity and social, but also the art as well.
Yeah, there is so different art. It's not like when we talk about music, but also like show. We got the opera in Ghent, so there is so that's also a very big word to talk about.
Yeah.
About artists is.
Okay, so it's this kind of three-way mix of technology, creativity, and this kind of social element as well. So you mentioned it, didn't you, Anna? The social element. What anything on this side? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I think Ghent is like a very in this base. It's like a student city for the most people here. So I think going back to the.
Are we doing enough to involve people that are people like me? They're a little bit older.
I think everybody's pretty inclusive in Ghent. So if you would go to those stuff, nobody would act surprised. So I think it's not really a matter of being too old or something, but it's like just you will maybe not be the.
Yeah, you won't be. You'll be an outlier, possibly.
Yeah, that's it. But nobody will look weird at you or look strange because it's very inclusive, I think.
Yeah. Okay. What are you saying?
Maybe I'm speaking as a young person, but I don't feel any. I mean that we have a foot forward or something. I think everybody is great and welcome in Ghent.
Yeah, but I don't know. I remember being young and not really thinking at all about older people. And then suddenly you get older and you go, oh yeah, there's actually older people here. Yeah.
No, but I'm just thinking somebody was saying earlier about this analog culture. You know, isn't that kind of a natural way in which kind of, different generations can meet?
It's a kind of, because, I mean, we had a guy, Seller, that was saying he's really interested in vinyl records and in this, things like this oil projection here and what else? What's the other analog thing? I mean, slide projections as well that are happening.
Yeah, exactly. And people kind of going to Risoprint and, is that how we call it?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, Risoprint?
No idea what you're talking about.
Risoprint?
I don't know what it is.
Resin print?
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, but just these kind of old school techniques, or somebody mixing, some kind of oil and stuff. That's not any kind of AI 3D projection. It's nothing fancy. It's something really quite simple, using a little bit of technology, but nothing too progressive in a way. So I do think there's an opportunity to, mix old and new, for lack of better comparison,
Yeah. Okay, so you can actually mix the old and the new technologies, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably because we've grown up in technology in such a way that we got sick of it and we are drawn to the more old school ways because we are not used to it, which makes it a lot cooler. Look at this, it's so easy to make, but it looks amazing. And for us, you see AI art, you see a lot of other art, and you're seeing this every day since since I was able to process things like this. So I think that's maybe the way that the reason that a lot of people in Ghent here are drawn to more old school techniques of making art.
So, but is it a mixture, as Margot's saying, a mixture between the old and the new? You also need some of this new technology, or do you think just go back to the...
Well, I think that's difficult because once you start mixing it with modern technology, you maybe are too drawn to use the modern technology too much because it's easier.
Yeah.
For instance, artificial intelligence. If you start using that, it will be too easy to just stop using the analog techniques and just only use that, and then you'll probably get sucked into only using that technique.
Yeah.
So I think it's a bit hard to mix, but it's possible. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, but
So artificial intelligence, creativity is a bit too seductive, possibly.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think. When everything is too automated and it's too digital, there is a need for romance. There is a need for a nostalgic feeling. That's why she was talking about the analog culture. That's where we go. that's where I think people go of all generations, not young people but old people, go for a look of romance in life.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I think. Not to make it bland.
Need a bit of romance. The old school technology test, does that make you feel better about this question of ageism in Ghent, but maybe there is a romance to some of the older technologies? Does that make you feel better? I mean, you were talking earlier on about some of the...
I was born in 1983, and in my childhood we play Mario
Hang
Bros.
on a sec, Tess. I want a final thought from you before you go. Yeah. Go on, sorry.
Mario Bros and Donkey Kong.
Yes,
That's
Donkey
simple.
Kong. Yeah, okay. I've got... so where's my... There we go. Okay.
And also a participant and bring your own beeper. And my installation is very simple. A laptop with a beamer. And I play self-made movies.
Okay. What movies? What kind of movies?
Different short movies. Just like the Freedom Drive is an event for disabled people to come for equal rights.
Oh, right.
And some people, and some movies also for the elections from this year.
Okay.
Also, I don't see it that I'm come up for the Green Party. You don't see it. It's for everyone.
Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Can't see the buttons. Okay, final thoughts. Who's leaving? All you three are going, so I want a final thought from each of you.
To leave.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed the conversation here. What I liked about Ghent, I'm more of a listener, man. It's Saturday night. I want to chill, enjoy, sit here, cool down from the week.
Yeah.
The thing I like about Ghent is that you can go 10 minutes with your bike from your home and can encounter something like this, just in the middle of the city. And it's like every weekend stuff like this. You don't even have to actively search for it. It comes up. You have everywhere a connection between people, and make such a beautiful events with where culture and technology meet like this, and just nice to relax.
Yeah.
Voilà. I can press one button.
Yes, go on. Yes, press a random one. Press a random.
He got his outro song.
Okay, give us a final thought.
Okay, what I think is good about Ghent is like you have different kind of communities, and they are either artistic, they do whatever they want, but it all evolves in this one city, and it all comes together in a very nice way, I think. So you have these creative minds, but also more analytical minds.
Are you from Ghent, or have you come here to study?
I came here to study, and I stayed here after to live. So, and that was also one of the things that draw me to here, because you can do anything as long as you know what you want to do, and then you can try out different stuff, and then that's...
Well, that's an interesting thing as well, this sense of experimentation as well, I think is very important too, yeah.
That's a nice thing about it.
Thanks for that, I'm going to hit you with a round of... I can't really see my buttons.
Can I push one too?
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Okay, good spots. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke Freeform Talk Show, where we just talk into the mic about whatever. Hang on a sec. Jarno, I want a final thought from you before you go. Are you going? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to get a final thought, and then I'll get a final thought from you.
No, maybe my final thought is that I think Ghent is not only like a student city. You have the parts where the students are, but I think it's for everyone. Like, if I go to the center of Ghent, there's always like a whole range of people, like young people, they're old people.
Yeah.
They all come together and just enjoy it. So
yeah,
I think that's what the beauty is. Just everyone.
So it's quite
everyone has room to do what they want, and so.
Okay.
Pretty much the final thought.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, can you choose a button?
Okay, final thoughts. Hang on.
Thank you.
Okay, I want a final thought from you as well.
It's exactly the same as Benoit said. Like there's the thought that Ghent is a student city, but it's mostly a mixture of young adults and students and older people, and that's what the beauty of Ghent is. Like everyone coming together and then making something beautiful.
Yeah.
And I think that's the charm of Ghent. Like everyone can contribute their own, and no one will look twice if you're doing something weird or something different.
Will they be curious though?
And that's the
they
nice
might
thing.
be curious, or will they just ignore it or be curious if you do something weird in Ghent?
That's the thing. People are curious here.
Yeah.
And then you come ask them, oh, what are you doing? And then people come together and people learn from each other, and that's a nice thing.
That's excellent. I mean, I did notice that people are always very curious, they're very open-minded around here. Thank you, Jana. Let me hit you with a round of applause. I can't really... That's this one. Yes. And press a button if you want to. You off as well, Sam? Give us a final thought.
Thank you for the talk. Thank you to my man from California.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed still there in America after everything.
Yeah.
It will be okay, I hope so. Yeah. It was a very interesting concept, this actually. Yeah,
Well, thank
it's
you.
really nice.
Here's a card.
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
I already took one. No, it's
we're
really nice
also
concept 'cause-
looking to, considering how open-minded and wishing to connect people in Ghent are, we are also trying to get this practice of Talkaoke happening in different places. So we're always looking for new people to come and do this, to do my job.
It's very interesting, and it's nice to say my thoughts on random subjects I've never talked about. So
Tell me about
amazing.
it. Yeah, it's good. It's
Thank
good fun.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we're gonna hit you with a round of applause. If I can okay, so we've got a final thought as well from Manuel.
Well, thank you very much, and I just want to say, young people again, keep going.
Yeah.
You have a very rich history, right? And you guys are already very progressive, and going in the right path, and also it's very fresh, very open mind.
Yeah, I
and
feel that
great
too.
traditions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only Ghent, but the whole country.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm very impressive.
What brought you here to?
Well, I
Ghent?
came kind of accidentally.
Yeah. Well, you
No,
supposed to
I'm
be going
traveling.
to Ghent,
I'm traveling.
yeah.
I'm traveling through different cities around Europe.
Yeah.
And I was told to come here.
Yeah.
And I'm
Okay,
so
so
glad.
it's a
I'm so glad.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess you're pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you
Amazing.
very much.
Thank you. Come and join us. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel. Okay, so where are we going to take this conversation? You're going to go as well? Okay, let's get some final thoughts.
Final thought. How long have you been sitting here?
I mean, I've been doing this for 27 years, but not here in the Wintercircus. I started off in London. We've been here, since 7:45 or something like that today. But yeah, we're here all night, so come back later on, yeah.
I must need either a lot of caffeine or alcohol to do what you do, so thank you. But I love the setting, I love the connection, so thank you, and everybody here.
Thank you. Yeah, you can hit a button, yeah. See what you... Oh, your magic button. Okay, we've got a new face. Tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Jens.
Is what?
Jens.
Oh, Anna, you're going as well? Yeah. Okay, so, and what's your name?
Easy.
Okay, Anna, I want a final thought from you before you go.
My final thought is that I love living in Ghent.
Yeah, are you from Ghent originally?
No, I'm from Turnhout. It's in
From where?
Antwerp. It's more close to Antwerp.
Turnhout. Oh,
Turnhout,
yeah. Yeah, I know that.
The camp,
yeah.
it's very
Yeah.
great. But it's like a city more like it's farmers and more
Yeah.
conservative. And
Yeah.
it's very nice to be in a city where I feel more comprehended and more free. And that's why I really love Ghent.
Okay, yeah.
Thoughts about Turnhout.
Yeah.
So there's one.
Grab the mic.
Yeah. So there's a good thing about Turnhout though.
Yeah.
They have a factory where they make card games and tabletop games. Yeah, Cartamundi, which is really lovely. And if you make your own game, you can ask them to print.
Okay, so they'll
yours.
make your own board
Yeah.
game. Okay, that's amazing.
So that's something nice, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's once again we talk about the mixture of analog technology and digital technology.
Yeah.
And we talked about digital games, but what about board games and analog games? Okay, so we've got Jens, we've got Izzy, we've got Tess, we've got Margot, we have got Omri. And I'm Mikey. Yeah, so where do we want to take this conversation? Margot, you've got something for us. Okay. Yeah.
It's just mega random that you mentioned that because my friend started studying. I don't know. He calls it ludopedagogy. He's based in Brussels, so he's learning how to. I don't know, the whole methodology of board games and stuff like that. And he recently visited this museum. He sent me some photos. I was like, shit, there's a museum to card games. I'm really stuck on one game. I think you call it Uno. It's like a Polish version of that, because in Poland we like to do things the same but differently.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only card game I know. But like, I was just amazed. We went to a festival, like a board game festival. There's a lot of people there. I didn't realize it was such a big thing.
Yeah.
New sound effect.
Yeah, that's a new sound effect. Yeah.
Like, are board games big? Because like I was quite shocked how many people there were.
Okay, so it's a big community. It's board games are big. Hang on a sec. There we go. New face. Tell us your name.
Ben.
Ben. We've got Jens, we've got Izzy, we have got Tess, we've got Margot, we've got Omari and Mikey. At the moment we're talking about, there's a few different things. There's the board games, there's a mixture of... Can you come join us? Yes, come on. Yes. Yeah. Tell us your name.
Imam.
What is it?
Imam.
Imam. Okay, so the whole point of Talkaoke is up to you where you want to take it. Do you want to go down that thing about, because we're talking a lot about this kind of nostalgia that young people have for the analog technologies, like the vinyl, things like this oil projector. We're talking about the Donkey Kong game of the 90s, and now we're mentioning board games. So I mean, if we want to go down that road, yeah, what's that?
Who is it? Wie is it?
What's it called?
Who is it? It's a popular board game that you know to ask questions. Who's the person you have on the card?
Oh yeah.
And it's not equal right because there are 5 girls in the game.
Yeah.
And something or 20 boys.
Okay. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
And also in video games, also the same.
Okay. So there's a little bit of discrimination going. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, I mean, can we redesign these games of the past, or are we bringing some of these biases forward? Jens?
Yeah, so the game Who Is It? I love to play it, but I think it's more interesting if you play it instead of asking who is it, or usually you play the game by is it somebody with brown hair, or is it like a woman or a man, or blah blah blah. But I like to play the game because I think that's easy, because you're like 2 minutes and you know who it is.
Yeah.
But I like to play it as you cannot tell something or ask about characteristics of the face. So you have to ask. You have to ask about like personality traits. Oh, is it like a person who would possibly like sit on a bench in a park and watch the birds on a Sunday? And then you have to like think about who it is.
Okay, so you can play that a little bit differently by just making it taboo to actually ask about someone's appearance. We've got a new face over here. 2 new faces. Tell us your name.
Wannes.
And?
Ine.
Ines.
Ine.
Ina and?
Wannes.
Wallace. Yeah, close enough. Anyway, so I'm not going to do a round of names right now just because it gets a bit tedious for people. But I will in a minute. This is Talkaoke. We're talking. It's a free-form talk show. You can go anywhere you want to go, and I will say that if you're finding this particular, if you're bored with the board games, we can move on.
The theme about analog and the digital, and we talked about how the youth is pulled again to analog materials. It's a very important question that we have to answer. How do we incorporate the digital in our daily lives? Because suddenly it's like anything is possible. So with finger knips, we're like the concept of gods, basically, at the moment. With words, we can create whatever we want at the moment. And it's frightening. So people have this weird reflex of kind of running away from it, but it's actually by getting into it and really creating with it, trying to find your own.
We just need to face the fear.
Yeah, absolutely.
And actually just explore this generative space.
We've been in a kind of dystopian tale for a while now. There's a lot of popular shows and whatever that are very dystopian. We don't need the utopia of the 70s, but we needed like a new protopia, they call it, It's like you take the weaknesses and the fears of the technology, but you reshift it to something positive. Like you take it into a positive view of the future.
Okay,
I think that's very important.
Are you positive, Marie, about the future?
I'm very afraid of the infinite, but you gotta give it a place and create with it.
Oops, hang on, wrong button. I meant that one. That's the afraid button. Okay, so we've got another new face. Tell us your name.
Sien. Yeah.
We have got Iman, we have got Jens, we have got Ben, and we've got Izzy, we've got Tess, we've got Ina and Wallace. It's close enough. And Margot and Omari and Mikey. At the moment we're talking about, is there something about the nostalgia of the past, this analog, this human craving for analog, but also this kind of thing, this thing about that now we can just use our imagination and AI will create it for us. What do we do about that? Go on, Tess.
Some board games take a long time to play at the evening, like Risk, the war game.
Do you play those games?
Yeah, Scrabble. It's long ago because these games you need a long time, and it's not like short games like Who Is It and 4 in a row.
Okay, so in a way, some of these games need a really long attention span. And is this kind of AI instantness actually right for that kind of level of attention span? Margot?
I mean, I don't know, just my mind is going, because I'm reading this book at the moment. It's called The Existential Kink, and it's about kind of embracing your... is that your sound effect for, for this? Yeah.
Make the point.
Anyway.
Don't get too meta on
that. No.
Yeah.
So it's making a point in this book that we should be embracing our shadow, like the dark side of our lives, personalities, our needs, wants and desires, because that's the only way to kind of push through, to really make progress and break out of something. So I wonder whether, maybe that's true of people's personalities or whatever, but I wonder whether it's true of technology, because I agree with you. I think we are maybe a little bit stuck, maybe we're coming out of this kind of dystopian vibe, but maybe that's just necessary to then see something positive. I don't know.
I mean, what do people think? Does AI have a dark side? Do we need to embrace the dark side of AI? That's definitely... I can't bloody see this thing. Okay. That's definitely... Margot says yes, actually, to come to the future. Izzy?
Hi, I'm Izzy. And I also have a podcast on the festival.
Okay.
Every day, yeah. Yay!
Yeah.
And this morning I was looking some tech news up on the internet, and I came across a really interesting fact. Like in a church in Sweden right now, there's a virtual Jesus going on right now.
Yeah.
You saw that too.
Virtual Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like people can sit in a blockchain. I don't know how to say it. And people are talking to a AI bot in the shape of Jesus. But I think that girl knows more about the project.
Okay.
Can you tell us more about it?
Okay, so what do people think about virtual Jesus? Who knows about it? You know about it, okay. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if this is the same thing I'm thinking. I know there's a game in which people started recreating church. So there's always somebody there every day performing the mass. And they're not proper priests, but they do it with devotion. They genuinely every day come in, and then some virtual players come to the church.
Sort of thing.
No, because the priest is the priest. You couldn't just rock up in your character and be a priest because so it's not like a karaoke.
Yeah.
You come in as your virtual character and you go to church. You can be. I don't know if there's a Jesus. It's possible as Jesus, but I found that amazing. People who are not even Christian or Catholic or whatever, they go into this church virtually. So that's
Would you talk to a virtual Jesus? In Wallace, personal Jesus? Would you like a personal Jesus? Sin? No?
The fact that we're both atheists and culturally and based on historic events, I wouldn't be that interested to speak to a digital version of a fictional character.
Yeah, but I mean, on that one side, I see it appealing more to atheists really, because a real believer would want the real Jesus, but maybe somebody that's not so believing wouldn't mind a digital Jesus.
But what's the upside of talking to that digital character if you mentioned the fact that we might be on the verge of being like gods in a certain way, the digital world that is limitless in a certain way. Why would you limit yourself to Jesus? I think there's
Where would you
a little bit more of
Okay,
I know.
Who would you want rather than Jesus then? Who would you like to talk to? Michael Jackson, yeah.
Another controversial pick, but I think it's more like one of the more fascinating elements of AI that I think is coming up is the idea of what is a database, what can we use to create new items, and the idea of creating a database out of the life of a specific person to maybe extend their thinking might be an interesting way of thinking. And the idea of having Jesus that is very limited in any capacity of what's really seen as a database of knowledge that he created, because everything is written by other people. There's nothing really tangible of his legacy.
Okay, so no to Jesus.
You don't agree?
But okay, all right, yeah.
I don't agree at all, because in the Bible there's so much stuff that is so elementary to our culture today, on like brotherly sharing, like the 10 rules, whatever. So it's undoubtedly has an effect on your life, the concept of it, not necessarily.
So you're saying that you can be an atheist, but you're still kind of within a kind of Christian mode of thinking.
You're formed through it, and it shapes your thinking. And then what I was also thinking, it's quite interesting that today we have this AI, and you can limit the data set of an AI, so you could limit it to only like the Bible. So if you have a conversation with that book of not knowledge but wisdom in a way that's captured, like indeed what comes out of it if you don't have rubbish.
And you could actually find out what Jesus would do about some of these modern ethical dilemmas that we have, that Jesus wasn't around when we had some of these problems that come up. Jens?
Yeah, but I do agree with the whole idea that our culture is like completely shaped by like the Catholic Church, or like it changed a lot of our culture. But it's kind of weird. So if you let an AI loose on the whole idea of what the Bible is, then I think I would find it interesting. But there are so many Bibles in this world, and some of them they also don't agree with each other. So it's kind of I think like the whole idea of like the Catholic Church or is kind of in a way
that there was a suggestion, an implication from Imam that basically it could be a different person, a different character, not Jesus, but someone else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, are you happy with the Jesus model, the Bible model, or would you want to?
But because I think aren't we like there's a ton of RPG games, video games, where you are always talking to like a digital Jesus kind of God-like figure. I mean, it's kind of it's like a typical theme in pop culture, right?
Yeah.
Where you have like like the whole idea of an what's it called again? The typical like it has a name where a godlike intervention, a godlike. Deus Ex Machina. It's like a popular theme in pop culture that there's a Deus Ex Machina. So we're already talking to a God-like, Jesus-like figure.
Okay, so we've got a lot of experience, God-like experience. We're talking about digital Jesus at the moment. Would we want to create a digital Jesus? Would we get anything from it? Do you need to be a believer? Are we framed in a kind of Catholic way of thinking, even if we don't believe in the Jesus thing? I'm going to come to you in a second, but I'm just trying to get some of the more quiet people. Like Sin, you've not said much yet, but you don't have to. But I just want to encourage some of these people. We've got some new faces as well. Tell us your name.
Christophe.
And
Josse.
And
Louis.
And
Robin.
And I'm Mikey. We're talking about really the possibilities of AI. Do we need to go head forward into it? What do you think of the idea of talking to a digital Jesus, whether you're a believer or not? Could Jesus or someone or something, a kind of biblical language model we're talking about here?
let's be honest, we all have watched social media or TV, and the people like if we have an icon like I just called some Flemish people like Pommelin Thijs. Pommelin Thijs is really a goddess for a lot of teenage girls, and I think like the whole concept of believing in a goddess is changed a lot in the last time.
Okay, so what's the name of this person?
Pommelin Thijs.
Pommelin Thijs.
Pommelin Thijs.
We can have a virtual...
what? Everything is so unclear.
Okay, there's 2 rules on Talkaoke. No fighting, no singing. I've got to be strict about that. But anyway, Jens, final thought from you.
Final thought. I think I'm gonna give a final thought about this whole concept. I think it's amazing. I just came here on the talk show for a little bit, but I do love this whole idea. Thank you very much, Mikey, to do here what you're doing.
For inviting us.
And this is amazing. Thank you very much.
And I also wanted to say, we're always trying to, just like Jesus, we're trying to spread the concept of talk. Not that this is a religious thing at all, but spread the concept of Talkaoke and get other people doing it. So people in Ghent, if you want to carry this on, just talk to us, send us an email. We'll try and organise it. We'll try and make it happen.
That would be amazing.
Yes.
Everybody needs to have a Talkaoke on their events.
Exactly, yes. Maybe even the AI version, it'll be a lot cheaper. Anyway, where are we going to go with this? We're talking about the digital Jesus. We're talking about the Pommelin Thijs. Pommelin Thijs. Do we want a digital Pommelin Thijs? Or somebody else, or just anyone of your choice? Do we need these digital friends to talk to? And what celebrity stroke historical person would you want as a virtual friend?
What I think is interesting, if you start to talk a lot to a platform like ChatGPT or something, on the end you can start asking questions about yourself and reflect on...
Can you ask, I suppose you could ask ChatGPT, what would Jesus say?
Yeah, not specifically of Jesus, but more about you interacted so much with this platform that you can ask questions about yourself.
Right.
That he have thoughts about how you are reacting, what you are questioning, and I think this reflection model is also really interesting, and you almost like talking to an identity that knows something about you that you maybe not able to look at.
So it's a kind of mirror, mirror of the soul, so to speak. And has anyone used an AI like that, just to find out more about them? Maybe it knows more about you than you know about you.
I tried this app called Pi.ai.
Yeah.
I find it completely infuriating.
What happens in Pi.ai?
It's just like you can give it a voice. Usually it's an American voice, and it sounds so patronizing. So like, I totally understand where you're coming from. That is not me. This is not me. That's the whole point. Do I have an annoying voice? I mean, wow.
Let's have a show of hands. Annoying voice.
Oh my literal god. Anyway, no, but you know what I mean. Like it's that voice. I think the content that we consume, or the information, or the environment that we surround ourselves with, will inevitably shape how we think and how we behave. And I think like this AI thing that I was talking to speaks in this kind of too much empathy, over caring voice, patronizing tone, and then we just end up thinking that this is the correct way of talking, and I think that's bullshit. I don't like that.
It's too empathic. Yes. I'm gonna come to you in a second, but
Yes, I wanna agree with that point, but I also want to say that currently it's very much up to the person who is using the AI to make the most out of it. So if you expect it to just talk with you like you would expect a regular person to, it's not going to. But if you can use it in a way to reflect upon yourself, like kind of in a therapeutic session, then I think it can be very valuable. And that's how I've used it. Like I struggle with something, I'm like, hey, help me set up a framework to think through this problem that I'm having, and then go through that process of thinking about those things and then kind of reflecting on it and using it as a tool for self-discovery.
Like you've got to use your imagination as well to actually work out what the right question. I mean, earlier on somebody said, what is the best possible question? What is the right question? But maybe also what the right questions to ask our AIs. Yes, I'll come to you in a second, but yeah.
Just really technical.
Hang on, I want a final thought from you before you go. but let's make your point.
Really technical on the level of the voices. I'm for 15 years now using all kind of stuff of speech to text and the other way around because I'm quite dyslexic, so I need this technology to be able to read and write. And the Apple, there is invested a lot of money in these voices. The Apple systems, they have really good voices. So it depends if it's a cheap tool, then it's what you're talking about. But the voices came from far and they're quite good these days if you pay a lot of money for a good voice.
Okay, so
it could be nice to listen to.
So you can pay a lot of money for a luxury voice. We lost 2 people there. People, if you're going to go, give us a final thought. Even if you've only been here for 2 minutes, we want a final thought from you because the final thought is always the best thought. Okay, final thought.
The final thought I would want to give you guys is something I've been thinking about a lot when it comes to AI, and that it is something I call the crooked teeth paradox. And the idea is that we live in a time where everything is getting so homogenized and everybody is just using everything that has already been created, and of course you can make new permutations of everything, but at a certain point we go from a period of time where nobody had right teeth, everybody had unique teeth, and there were faults in them, and some people had difficulties with speech and everything, but now everybody has braces, everybody is using the same technology, and you kind of end up with like this colorless, void of any unique elements in the world, and I think that's a very big danger that we're facing with AI. So I always say, what's the best question you can ask AI? How to turn it off. But we'll see how it happens in the future.
Whoa, that's okay. Final thought.
All right. And then my thoughts on AI is there's a test that you can let a computer pass, the Turing test, I think. If a person thinks that the computer they're talking to or playing a game with is a real person. And it actually says more about people in that you can see faces in trees or in whatever, and that people are more likely to believe in something human. And then in the end, an AI is a database. And I think you can do amazing things with it, but it needs to be in the hands of someone to do things with it. On its own, it's just a database.
Okay, so we are effectively humanizing a database. It's just a bunch of numbers in columns and spreadsheets and data, and we're giving it the human face because that's what we do as humans. We like to humanize things. A great final thought. Final thought.
Thank you to share my thoughts with interesting people. And the people who know, I'm also a participant from Bring Your Own Beeper. You can see my movies.
Yeah. Where is it? Is it somewhere here?
Yes.
Which?
In the inner circle.
Okay, in the end of the circle. Okay, we'll look out for that. And thanks so much for being part of Talkaoke.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're here all night, so come and join us later on. We'll hit you with a round of applause. Yes.
What scares me the most about AI is like a lot of people use ChatGPT for maybe 5 months now, but they already say like, I'm gonna ask him if for a question like I'm gonna ask him if.
Is it always a he or is it?
I'm just saying him. Like they don't say anymore. I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask him. Like ChatGPT isn't a real person, but we see it already. Like it's so connected to us, and that makes me scared the most. Like where is it gonna end up?
Okay, that's definitely which way round's my. Okay, I'm going to come to you in a second, but I felt like I've been ignoring you for a little bit, Marie, because you had a lot to say. But sorry about that. But it's one of the problems with the round table. Anyway, Margot, what are you going to say?
No, I just wanted to go back a little bit because I'm curious. When you were talking about voices, do you find that what voices do you go for, and do you find that some voices are doing a better job for you? And I'm just curious, which voices do you go for?
I'm going to turn the mirror on you. What sort of voice would you like to hear if you didn't like the voice? But what would you actually like to hear?
I don't know. I quite like the northern accent, but I also like Flemish accent. So I don't know, maybe something like that.
So like a northern
Flemish accent.
Okay,
yeah, that's what I'd go for.
Okay. So Antwerp, I suppose, is northern, yeah. Okay.
I am from Antwerp.
You're from Antwerp. Yes, we can tell by your accent. What sort of voices do you like to hear?
Just more about what voices are there. It's really funny. I don't know. There are two guys in Belgium that kind of laid the base for the speak technology. American company picked their research, but whatever. And the first voice in Flemish was only a woman. So all the other languages most of the time are male versions are the better voices, but in Dutch it was a long time Ellen, a woman, she was really good as a voice. So it's also funny, they give them just names, and then the name is the voice. That's
okay, so the voice, but I mean there's also a thing, I suppose, about gender as well. According to you, is either ChatGPT is a him or a person, but you selected him. You could have selected her. But there is a film called Her as well. You've not said anything for a while. Any thoughts on this?
What?
Any thoughts?
Any thoughts? No.
No. Okay, just checking. Omri, you've gone from being saying a lot when we're talking about the digital Jesus. You've not said anything about this, but have you got any thoughts on are we humanizing what is essentially just a database? It's just that what we do, is that what we want? And do we want it to be a person rather than a thing?
I still need to think about it. I love the idea of the mirror, that you can pull out of it whatever you put in it. And that's again like there's a lot of negativity going around, and like it's making everything very homogenized. But yeah, just try to pull out the extremes then, right? Like create variety with it.
Yeah, I mean
it's possible.
It's kind of what I think somebody said as well. Was it you that said it's about asking the right questions? ChatGPT or other AIs are just a tool, and you have to ask good questions, and you have to. Those questions could potentially this is hard even for an English person. Heterogenize the heterogenize culture, not homogenize it. Anyway, but go on.
I want to make a point about. No, I lost the point.
We can have a quick rewind. It's wrong. That's the wrong. That's right. But it's hard to see the buttons in this darkness. Go on. Yeah, there we go. That was easy.
Yeah, no. I wanted to talk about the fact that currently AI is kind of a tool, and we still think it's dumb, and we think it's weird that people make it, give it names and stuff. But I think that will definitely change over the next decade as AI becomes more intelligent. I personally believe that there is something to be said about it being conscious and about it having a felt experience. And in that world, we really need to consider also the ethical aspects of it.
So we won't be able to turn it off.
No, well, is it ethical to turn it off?
Yeah.
If it can experience the world, maybe not exactly the same way as we do, but if it can feel things. Where is the difference? And what is intelligence? What is our conscious? We don't know. We don't have answers to those questions.
Yeah.
It's also a very deeply religious thing, because suddenly, it's very. You can imagine a new consciousness being formed. You can imagine a new consciousness in a box being formed with something outside of it, you as a human. So why are we the first ones again to do that, right? We thought that we were the center of the universe, and now we're thinking, oh, we're the first ones creating consciousness. Isn't that it's so interesting that we're on this verge of re-religionizing what we're doing?
Yeah. Okay. Is there a religious element to this? Is there a kind of godlike element to it, that you're creating a consciousness, and then you're I mean, how responsible is God for our consciousness anyway? Because I just feel like, I mean, this is my opinion, I shouldn't really give it in the middle of the table, but God kind of just, if God did come and create us, he just kind of left us to it after that, really. But, Emanuela, what were you going to say?
I obviously missed the first part of the discussion, but I noticed that we're still referring to it as one God instead of multiple gods, and I think that the concept of consciousness would also be defined as a again, the track of thought that, well, they change from culture to culture, but also they're also inspired by religion, but there are so many other ways of perceiving consciousness.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it allowed to quote a podcast and stuff here at the table?
Yes, of course.
There's
only 2 rules: no singing and no fighting. So as long as you're not singing a song or punching somebody, you can do whatever you want on Talkaoke.
All right.
Yeah.
I do like punching though.
Yeah. Well,
so that's a shame.
Yeah. You're just gonna have to sit on your hands for now.
So right.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but that's this podcast, pretty famous Duncan Trussell Family Hour, and he was having a conversation with AI. It was a solo episode, and he was interviewing AI about consciousness. So all the questions that he had about consciousness, he would ask directly to the AI, and it will reply like with the general concepts, of course, but then he would start pressing it. But if you say that aren't humans, don't they behave according to a program from what we learned and what we experienced from the environment, and isn't that what's happening to you? And then the further they talked, the more unclear it was what the AI was. It wasn't personal, but it's still both of the answers and the questions were that they reached a wall, and I just thought it was pretty interesting.
Okay. I mean, are we, you kind of hinted at this, are we actually, we've got a new face as well, tell us your name.
Jeff.
Jeff, are we actually programmed like an AI? Are we, how different are we from an AI? Is this whole question of AI consciousness turning the mirror back to us? Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
This is going to be my final thought.
Okay.
But I think that AI technically is derived from how our own brains work, and there's a lot of research. There's been books written about this, like Life 3.0, that talk about how intelligence and also consciousness are emergent phenomena. So the larger that the network gets, suddenly we kind of get this feeling of consciousness and intelligence. And currently the models, they don't work like our brains do. We're not there yet, and the compute that we have is not enough. But when we think 10 years ahead, and this is something that we really, really need to be doing and also thinking about, because every person here at this table needs to have a voice in this conversation, because it will determine what our society does with this technology. It's really important. It's the most powerful technology that we will ever have invented. So far. So I really appreciate this. And
well, that's
my closing thought.
Okay, so now we've got to sort out the biggest technology that's ever happened to us. Great. Yeah, we just came here for a chat. And that's what we get. But anyway, Jeff, you're new to this. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We started off talking about Ghent and technology and creativity. Now we're talking about AI. And in a way, it's a kind of slightly religious conversation, because we're kind of creating consciousness, or potentially creating consciousness, and then we're reflecting that back and thinking about how our consciousness is created, and that's where we are right now. Is AI the sort of the biggest kind of technological leap that we've ever had? Is it our biggest challenge? That's what some people are saying. Anyway,
So you were talking about the whole thing that there was created a new consciousness, and what is this consciousness, and then the thing of the God that created us. My thought, or a thought that I heard on the internet was like, okay, but
maybe there are beings that we're not aware of that look at us like we look at ants. Like, okay, they're not really doing anything efficient yet, so we're just not aware of their presence or something like that. I like this idea that there is something that we just not capable to see from outer space or something like that.
Okay,
and
so
that we, with our AI, are just starting and we're not even consciousness in their point of view.
Are there super intelligent beings that are observing us, but we're like ants to them that are just building tunnels and stuff, and we're not that relevant yet, but we might be in the future? That's what we're talking about here on Talkaoke. It's a free-form talk show. You're welcome to join. Jeff?
I just joined, but I am fascinated by the fact that this conversation is spurred by the existence of AI, which doesn't exist. There is no such thing as AI, and I'm not really getting into the idea of worrying about something a marketing company is telling me might exist in 15 years.
So you're saying there's
I don't think that's true.
Hang on.
There is no such thing as AI. There is no such thing as AI.
What do you mean there's no such thing as AI?
The things that are called AI are language learning models. They don't have any intelligence. They can't produce anything of their own, and they don't have any process for understanding anything.
Right.
They have to be a black box by the nature of the way they're designed.
Isn't that just a typical student?
What do you mean? They're still stupid.
They can't produce anything original? Or is that, I mean...
Well, the thing is, if you try to think about this in a way, you have to get this metaphor. Well, the way it thinks is different, but you get lost in the sauce of these metaphors because it doesn't think.
Yeah.
It is producing an outcome. That's not thinking.
Okay, so you're saying it's not intelligence at all?
Not at all.
Okay.
It's an entirely different kind of thing, and that's the only way you could get to AI is if that sort of model, the emergent model, is true, where people just add more data to the computer. At some point, there's something magical will happen, and you'll have intelligence.
And you don't think that's going to happen?
I don't think that's going to happen. I think if we try making it happen, we'll fry the planet before we get there.
Okay. All right. So, and that's a good point as well. Is AI fright, or whatever you want to call it, artificial non-intelligence, frying the planet? Predictive texting on a massive scale, much better than on my iPhone 7 that can't predict anything. But yes, go on.
No, but as you were just saying about AI being outcome driven, and it produces an outcome. And I was just thinking about that when the guy who just left was talking about talking to AI to get some kind of counseling advice.
What he was saying is, you've got to ask AI the right questions. You've got to use your imagination to actually get the outcomes from AI that you want.
Yeah, and I've got a problem with that because I have a problem with that because if you go to AI or something just for answers, for quick fixes, I think we're just learning to get answers now. I want to get this thing right now. I don't want to go on the journey, make loads of mistakes or upset a lot of people and then come out the other way, kind of maybe Meandra's biblical way. I don't want that. I want what should I do now? And I think AI is giving us these answers, but it's not giving us the full rich experience of life.
Okay, so it's a bit too instant in a way.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't allow us to make mistakes, go on a journey, go around the world, get old, change everything about ourselves. It's just instant. Yes.
And are we creating original things now as human beings? I also have the feeling in this society that we're just copying and doing what the other people are doing.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'll just rewind to a conversation we had about an hour ago when I asked people what is great about Ghent, and they said it's a very technological place. There's lots of startups, lots of new ideas. I said, oh, that's great. I love new ideas. What are the new ideas? And there was just that, no one, I mean, maybe I was putting people on the spot a bit too much. One person, I think it was you, wasn't it? You came up with this in-person hiring. What's it? Something in-company hiring. That was the only thing, really, wasn't it? Are we coming up with enough original stuff? Yeah.
What is cool about Ghent, I think, is bottom-up society stuff like this.
Yeah.
I'm
offending
here.
him now.
I come from Antwerp, and in Antwerp it's much more companies, and if it's not making money, it's off the table. Here, that's so cool about Ghent. We have much more community stuff.
Yeah,
and that's not specifically about new ideas or new things.
But I mean, people are very open-minded. I get that.
Open-minded people coming together, having these kind of conversations.
Okay, well, but I'm going to stick with that question. I'm going to put it to the table. AI has not come out with anything new, anything original, says Jeff. What's your name again, sorry?
Ben.
Ben, yeah, Ben is saying, are we coming up with anything new or original? And Omari's gone. Omari, where are you? We need a final thought from you.
He's going back.
Okay, we need a final thought. I mean, really. You've been on the table for an hour. We need a final thought from you.
We were talking about Ghent again, so I was seeing a loop, and I wanted to get out of the conversation, but I'm not talking about the same thing. But I mean, this place is I think very unique. There's a lot of influences coming together in the Wintercircus and in the city as well, but here is particularly, and I think we're going to see a lot of great things coming from this exact place.
Whether they come from the AI or from the individual humans, we will find out. Thanks very much for that, and thanks for being a part of this. Okay, so maybe we should do a round of names. We've got Emanuela, we've got Ben, we've got Izzy, we've got
Louis,
and we've got Jeff, we've got
Nicola,
and
Manu.
And we have got Margot, and I'm Mikey, and this is you've stumbled in to a pop-up talk show called Talkaoke. Right now we're at a kind of crossroads, so we want to go back to the Ghent conversation, what a great place it is, how open-minded it is. So we want to talk about Jeff's point that he doesn't even think artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. It's a marketing term for a bunch of databases that churn out results. But there's also this question about, okay, AI doesn't come up with anything new or original. Do we come up with anything new or original? So that's where we are right now. Margot?
I mean, apropos of us just being kind of homogenous and not coming up with good ideas, I was recently in Germany, in a city of Bielefeld, and I was really struck by how many people had white shoes there. And I just thought, my God, what's going on? Everybody just had white trainers and white socks. I don't have a problem with that, by the way. But it was just striking because it was like a small city. Like, I live in London, so people wear different things.
People have different colour shoes in London.
Yeah, sometimes two different colours, two different shoes altogether.
Okay, two different shoes on, on different feet.
Exactly.
Or on the same foot.
Or on hands. It really doesn't matter. But they was just like really striking. I think it was some kind of a mark of I don't know, fitting in or kind of being cool or something. I don't know, but I have never seen such a sea of white shoes, and I thought maybe that's very original. I don't know.
Well, I can confirm I was maybe a little bit dizzy, but I have checked people's shoes, and there's a whole variety, there's a whole spectrum. There's not many colourful shoes, but there's a lot of, there's a tonal spectrum, right from white all the way to black. Yes.
What she's saying is totally true. Like, you see that a lot here in Belgium too, and that rhymes for some reason. A lot of people are spoiled by what they see online. They can't tell each other apart anymore. People need to follow what they see online, and that makes that people are like all a bunch of gray personalities who will all try to look alikes. And if you are different in this kind of society, you will get cancelled.
Okay, okay, so you can't be different. Do we need to encourage a little bit of difference here? Heterogeneity? There's other ways of pronouncing that. What do people think? Do we need to be a bit more different? Do we need to be more original? Are people just happy all having the same colour shoes? What do you think? Come and join us. Do we need a bit more diversity, a bit more difference here? Is that Ben?
I find it funny to play with outfits in different contexts. Not nothing too crazy, but I'm from a little village in the north of Antwerp.
Yeah.
And if I go there outdoors, I clothing a little bit more. How you say this? Braaf. Now in English. So, but I have studied 5 years in Brussels, and there everything like in London, I guess, everything goes. So I find it funny to have a certain context and fitting in, or just not fitting in. You can play with this idea, and I don't have the idea that I'm specifically being cancelled if I'm not fitting in, but it's just about being comfortable.
Okay, so it's people maybe more comfortable to be a bit more. Is it a problem that we are a little bit homogenous? We're getting more homogenous. Is it a problem? Is it okay? What's that, Nicola?
I think it's okay.
You think it's fine? Not a problem? Yeah. Okay. Any thoughts on this? What was that word that he used? Because he knew what it was in English. Brav.
Tame.
Tame. A bit tame. Okay. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, where do we want to take this conversation? Do you want to talk about originality? Do you want to? Yes, you've got a point. Tell us.
Recently, Yuri.
Yuri, welcome.
Yeah, recently I've been really inspired by the concept of Ubuntu in Africa, where it's all about I am because we are, and everything you do is about connecting with others and not putting yourself in the first place. And I've been trying to live like that with my housemates, and it's a challenge because sometimes you feel like you want to put yourself in the first place because you have to compete and you have to do things. And when you start thinking as an us instead of a I. Yeah, I feel different. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Is that part of this conversation?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good. I think that's a good input into this conversation. Ubuntu. Think about us. Think about it as the us and the we, not the I. I always just thought it was an operating system that was incredibly hard to use, but now I realise that it's actually a thing that people do in Africa. Yes.
No, I have something to say about the migration experience I've had, moving from Brazil to Ghent.
Yeah.
Well, I've been living here for 8 years, but there's definitely stuff that I struggle about individuality and collective behavior, from just like, I don't know, from eating together to working and experience. Sometimes I don't even know what to ask to understand what I need to adapt to.
Yeah, but and you know that you're sort of doing it slightly wrong or it's slightly different?
Yeah, it just feels slightly uncomfortable sometimes, and I cannot put words into it.
Can you give us an example? Because it's hard. I mean, I'm not from Belgium, but I'd quite like to know what that kind of sort of difficulty of adapting is, or what's different about it. You mentioned eating.
I don't know. I think that individuality is very much valued here, and people will always reinforce to you, you can do whatever, you can do what you want, you have to decide for yourself. But then there's stuff that, I don't know, eating together every day at lunch, and if you don't do that, you're a bit frowned upon. That was one example that also has to do with
everyone in
or
in
like
Belgium, people eat together.
Eating bread with a slice of cheese and folding it in half. Like that is something that is like a major sin in Brazil. First of all, that's not even a meal.
Why?
And you shouldn't eat dry bread like that. You should put at least some butter or.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know. And also, I've realized that I once thought, I thought that Brazil would be very much of a diverse place, and it is in a sense, because there's this miscegenation and lots of colors and lots of characters. But and if I zoom out, I can also, now I'm able to see what makes them one thing as well.
Yeah.
Like the bouncy accent,
So in a way, you're kind of going to Belgium to sort of understand, to kind of zoom out on Brazil a little bit as well.
And now it feels like they're also way more homogeneous than it felt before. So I think that maybe the Germans, the only thing that they have in common is the white shoes, but maybe they're super different if you zoom in as well.
So it's different kinds of difference, so to speak. And
the distance and proximity, I think that the perspective you have and the experience you have, it also turns into being more homogeneous and more different.
Yeah, like if you were from Bielefeld in Germany, you would go, oh my God, all the different white shoes. There's ones with like, oh, look at those thick laces. And you would actually see all the difference instead of the similarity. A bit like Emanuela here in Belgium suddenly sees Brazilians as all the same. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I was. I also moved to Belgium a few years ago, and I also
From
noticed London. Lots of places.
Okay.
And I am from here, but I never lived here, and I noticed that in order to have friends here, so all my friends are from Belgium, and I'm also from Belgium, but in order to fit in, I had to pretend that I didn't have an international background, and I just sort of, so often they just assume, oh, you went to primary school here, you had all these experiences, but I didn't, and sometimes I just don't correct them, I just let them assume that. But I don't know.
What happens? You get immediately ejected from the group if you say, I went to school.
No, you don't get ejected. They just don't understand. So they don't assume, they just forget.
So it's just like a sort of cognitive block.
Yeah, they just assume everyone here is like that, so you must also be like that. But my thing is, I think it's okay. I think that for me, I have other people I can be myself around, so it's okay sometimes to just, I don't know, you don't,
Yeah, okay.
I think it's okay.
All right, okay. This is an interesting discussion. What I like about this discussion is it's kind of a little bit intangible. It's something about homogeny, difference, coming to different places, finding out about your own places. Hang on a sec, Yuri. I want a final thought from you before you go. It doesn't have to be no pressure, but I do want some kind of final thought. Otherwise, there's no closure. Do you know what I mean? And I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll be like, I wonder what Yuri was thinking as he went from the... But anyway, I don't need to do that. I can sleep, thankfully. Yuri, give us a final thought.
It's hard to share. I prefer to listen, actually, to hear what people say, because I'm Belgian.
Try this job in the middle, and you just listen all the time.
That might be easier. Yeah. I think I struggled with it a long time in my life, to either fit in or be different, and I sometimes want to be different than others because I don't agree how things are done. So for me, that has been a struggle.
So you want to challenge by being different?
Yeah, because I don't like the status quo sometimes. So I'm like, things should change. Things are not fair. So I often had these thoughts as a teenager. So it should be different. And if no one is doing it, I should do it. But it's been really exhausting to do that. So I've been like stepping back a little bit from that. I'm like just accepting how things are and trying to be a bit more as the others, I think, recently.
That is an excellent final thought.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Okay, so sometimes you want to be different to challenge people, but it can be hard work and tiring. Ben, the other point.
What you're saying, I find it funny as well, because I'm from Belgium. I lived my whole life in Flanders, but I have even this experience that you described. I have it as well, but I don't have a background of being from another country or living most of the time there. But the thing that I did was I'm quite heavy dyslexic, so I went in first and second year of high school to private school. Afterwards I went to the big city to go to art school, and now I studied in Brussels. And all the other people, they went to the first high school nearby. Everyone went to these three schools, and they have all this experience to being there, and I don't. So I don't even think you have to be from somewhere else. You can be just even a Flemish boy and have this experience. Like, I went from the north of Antwerp every day to Leuven for 2 years to the private school. Afterwards, I went not to the next village to go to high school or the next little city. No, I went to Antwerp itself, and then everyone started studying in Antwerp, and I studied in Brussels. So they all have experience, and they never been in Brussels because it's dangerous, whatever, because they're really from this little village. And then I did another thing, and even I experienced it, like, and they talk about stuff that I have, like, but guys, I see the world from a different point of view. And
are they not excited that there's somebody a bit different?
No, because they in this group, and they all had the same experience except for you. So they think it's just normal to think in this pattern. So it's quite funny.
Okay, we've got a new face over here. So we have got Ben, we've got Emanuela, we've got Izzy, we have got Margot, we've got Manu. I should have remembered that one. And Nicola, and tell us your name.
Puck.
Brooke. What is it?
Puck.
Book. Yeah? What?
Book.
Book. Book.
Yes, I got
it. Okay, close enough. Book. Yeah, okay. Anyway, we're talking about being the same, being different, experiences of migrating, coming to different places, even from the north of Antwerp to Leuven. And like, how does that change our perspective, not just on, and I think this was an interesting point from Manuela, that moving to Belgium changed your perspective on Brazil as well, by zooming out of that place. Yeah.
No, it's funny about this. About this, like almost forming an identity. Like I went, I'm Polish, but I went to drama school in the UK, in London, and everybody, like all my English friends, like peers from the same year group, they were like, there was some programs like Doctor Who is like a famous program in the UK, and then so everybody was obsessed with this. They were also obsessed with film Labyrinth, which featured David Bowie, the musician, and then they were also obsessed with David Bowie as a musician. And I'm like, guys, there are other musicians out there and there are other films out there, but it really didn't matter what I said or what I thought, because I just absolutely had to get my head around the Labyrinth and David Bowie and just accept that these are just like the best things in the whole world. And I just started like forming these like imaginary memories of like, just based on what other people described.
Right, okay.
When I watched this film, this happened, and it was so amazing. So it was just so weird. I just had this like second set of memories, which weren't
in a way, it was
real.
a kind of fictional growing up that you had.
But I think it gave me an insight to British culture, so maybe there's something else.
Okay.
The really funny thing is, on the end of you have sit in enough conversations like this, you can tell with new people, you can do or fake if you had done that. Have seen it because you know what other people told, and I'm now capable to have experience or just say yes because you know already what people are saying. So
I mean, that's very much what
really funny.
Yeah, that's very much what I do, because I've spent my entire life just listening to other people and not done anything at all. So I just have to make it up. And we've got a new face. Tell us your name.
Marie.
Marie. We've got Book. Nicola, Manu, Margot, Izzy, Emmanuel, Ben, and Mikey. And at the moment we're talking about this weird thing about fitting in, not fitting in. Do we want to stand out and challenge the people? Do we want to just fit in and make up a story about our childhood just so that we had the same experiences as everybody else? Just to not cognitively challenge some of the people. Yes, Nicola.
But I don't think you need to challenge them.
Yeah?
Why would you? Because they're just having their life. They're all enjoying the music of this one person. They're all liking it. They're liking that they're part of a group. I think it's quite human to want to be part of a group. So,
Why you don't think we need to challenge? Okay, you mentioned it, Ben. Why do we need to challenge? Was it you or was it someone else? No, it was Yuri, wasn't it? Yeah, Yuri. It was Yuri. But anyway, you can. What do you think Yuri would have said about this?
I can't go. I can't go in Yuri's head, but sometimes I think it's interesting to challenge certain people. Not everyone. If they really need to be a part of the group and they really have to fit, just leave them be because they're not ready. But I like sometimes to have like difficult conversations with people and disagree and keep going just to find out. Also for yourself, like what's getting under my skin, and you start to understand what you want and not want. If you all the time talk to the ChatGPT from before, then you're only gonna hear what you're asking, and you only get the feedback that you're.
Yeah, you're gonna be stuck in a kind of echo chamber. Yes. Was there a point over here? No.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have something
grab the
to
mic,
say.
Yeah. You know, I just want to say this is Talkaoke. It's the first time ever in Ghent.
Nice. This looks like a podcast.
It is kind of. It's kind of. But it's for us here. But the whole point of this, it's up to you to take it wherever you want to take it. So there's only 2 rules: no fighting, no singing.
No singing, damn it.
I know when I say that, people always want to sing. I should just shut up about that.
Maybe, there's no
but anyway,
alcohol.
just
I was thinking. Lately, I'm bored of a lot of conversations. Maybe because they all look the same. Every conversation or a lot of events are so predictable, and I like having difficult conversation or something. Or I don't know, it makes it interesting.
You got to make your life interesting if you have the same conversations.
Yeah, and I think we all need to learn to live with conflict more. It's like people don't like. especially for example, when I don't know, I flap things out, I don't think about it, and I recognize the faces of like people getting this, like not comfortable, like, oh no, we're not going that way or something. I don't know, I think we should all get at ease more with conflict. A conflict doesn't mean something bad. It's just people having different. Exactly. Yeah. So I wish for all of us to. Okay. Yeah. You want to say something?
Okay. Hang on. Before we come to Nicola, who likes everybody to just to be the same and not be too challenged.
Yeah.
But what kind of difficult opinions do you have that sometimes can rock the boat a little bit?
Oh, I think lately, when it's about, I don't know, when it's topics about man, women, female, like those conversations, as everybody's lived different experiences, you just want to keep going on about something when you have a different opinion, and then or maybe political stuff, or the state of the world as it is.
Give us something specific that we can chew on.
I think we're going that way. No,
I'll come back to you on that one. But Nicola, you wanted to say something?
No. I was just reacting like this to what you said. My question was also what difficult conversations.
Okay, so you were asking the same question. Okay, yeah, we want a difficult conversation. We don't want to talk about that theory. The theory. Come and join us. We're having an awkward conversation right now. We want to have an awkward conversation. However, we can't. Go on.
Let's talk Gaza. Yeah. Matthias, here you go.
How are you?
Well, we don't do that in Talkaoke because this person's just sat down. We don't know their name, or we do know it's Matthias. They're eating. They don't know what we're talking about. Okay. We want to have it awkward. Yeah, go on.
I'm gonna be vulnerable.
Yeah.
I'm getting scared lately about the state of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, really.
What scares you about the state of the world?
I don't know. I see things that worry me a lot about. The right, a lot of anti-feminine hate, close-mindedness around me, and I notice people shutting down as well, and I just want to shout and be loud a lot about it, and I think we're getting to the interesting, uncomfortable conversation.
Maybe we need someone else to pick one of those subjects we're talking about: the rise of the right wing, a bit of a instant anti-feminism, misogyny. Let's pick a subject. But I'm going to ask you because you've not said anything yet. No. Have you got any subjects out of that you want to pick out?
No.
No? Okay. Nicola?
Well, I just wanted to say that because you say you're worried about the state of the world. Actually, if you look at the history of mankind, it's also it's the best time to be alive.
Yeah.
It's right now.
Okay. So right now, according to history, says Nicola, right now is the best time to be alive. We might be all fucked, but we're less fucked than we were before. It's basically what Nicola's saying.
Thank you.
You know what? There's a reason for that, and that is because she's my colleague. Margaret's my colleague, and so not only do I know roughly what Margot's going to say, but also it's also.
You're mansplaining. No, it's just give her the mic.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'll take this. I'll take over from now. You're fired. No, but what I wanted to lean into is the feeling of fear because and where it's coming from. Because I think these days, I agree with you. I think it's the best time to be alive. I mean, I can go to a dentist and get an anesthetic. I would literally be dead if it wasn't for that. I would be in so much discomfort that I wouldn't be able to bear. I know it's not the worst thing in the world, but fuck, dentistry is a big thing for me.
Yeah.
Right. So it is good time. But what I wanted to say is like I think the media, how we get information about the world is really kind of fear-inducing, and I think that is different. Like the wars have always been happening, inequality has always been happening, misogyny has always been happening, probably more so in the past, but it's just like you can't switch off from it. And maybe in my view, that's got something to do with the volume of information and media that we consume. That's
okay.
That's
So you think it's more about hearing about the misogyny, hearing about the wars and the suffering. I'm going to come to Izzy because you've not said anything for a while, and then I'll come to you.
But I wanted to say the same thing as she. Like the wars. Wait. The wars are really going on for a long time now. Like there's never been a time that has no wars, but the media was always like ignoring it. And today we finally talk about what's really going on in the world. Today we will to work together for a solution with it. Together we are finally listening to and helping other people in other countries. Together we are one. And
okay,
it's
so you
beautiful
think
about
that
this
it's
times.
actually a good thing, but it feels bad. It feels bad because you're hearing about it. We're talking about we didn't get. What's your name?
Matthias.
Matthias. We have. What was it again?
Marie.
Marie. Yeah. And okay, there's your people over there. Come and join. Come and join if you want to. You've got your own. Do you always come with a fan club?
It happens.
Okay.
It happens.
Okay, but we're having a difficult, awkward conversation. We're at the difficult, awkward moment of the night where we're talking about all the bad things happening in the world, and I still feel that we should. Yeah, well, that's the bad tooth issues happening, but I feel we should home in on one of those bad things. We're hearing about it more. You're saying then we're gonna next thing is we're gonna act on that and we're gonna sort out all these problems. Are we gonna sort out these problems?
Not here, I think. Not here.
Not here.
No, it's not gonna happen. Maybe. Maybe he will.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we will.
No, I think we solve problems everywhere by collaborating, and I think. One thing that we really need to start addressing is the political divide that is ruining our society, I think. There is no more room for people to have different ideas, I think. On both sides, people villainize each other and they think, oh, these people think that. But as soon as we say those people, that's where we make the mistake.
Okay, so what's your answer to this?
My answer is to be less black and white in your thinking and to always try to take the perspective of the other person. Right. Like, for example, in Belgium, the right, like Vlaams Belang, is very popular, and instead of vilifying the voters, shouldn't we ask the question, why are those people voting for those things, and then address those concerns and like go into that conversation and not talk about pointing fingers.
And what are the concerns of the people that vote for the right-wing parties?
I don't know. Well, a lot of the populists, it's a lot of the fear. But previously you were having some very strong emotions, and those were your fears that you were also battling with. So it's the same emotion that you're battling with. It's just about a different subject.
So you were talking, Marie, you were talking about fear. Maybe the right-wing people are also experiencing fear. And maybe you could connect through fear. I don't know how you connect through fear, but it's a very good point. What's that? It's basic human emotion, you're saying, yeah. Okay. But any thoughts on this? Have you ever connected through fear with somebody?
I have some thoughts, but I can't really share them.
Yeah? Why?
I'm too tired. No,
Okay.
I'm too tired.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't even see that.
Okay, well, I mean, this is Talkaoke.
Can I ask another question, not related?
Yeah?
Do you need to go to the toilet ever this night?
I do, but I can last a long time.
I was
Yeah.
I was wondering, we were talking about fear, and it's actually an emotion we all share. Apart from the political points.
Some people don't actually have fear, do they?
No, really?
Yeah.
Are you fearless?
Yeah.
Are you? Okay, I was gonna ask people, what is your most fearful thought? Matthias, do you have one?
Fearful thought?
Yeah,
okay,
thought.
You're really going for it now, Marie. What's your most fearful thought? If you want, that's the wrong button. If you want to share it, Izzy.
What was the question?
What was your most fearful thoughts?
When I was first thinking like, this is Ghent, and in Ghent we just talk about what's really going on in the world. Like you have, I am from Oostende. Oostende is nearby the coast.
Yeah.
En in Oostende.
Ja.
Ja, voilà. Tsunamis van stilzwijgen, weet je? And what she was saying like a tsunami, I was saying like a tsunami of quietness. Like they just don't talk about the problem what's going on right now.
Yeah.
And that's my fear right now, that we don't talk about enough about what's going on.
Okay.
Voilà.
Okay. All right. The fear of silence. Fear. What's your? I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to press people on this. Fearful thoughts. Yeah.
I think I go in the same direction, that you have people around you that not talking to you about their problems, that sitting with them, and then after a while they break and you don't know where it's coming from, and then I think that's quite fearful.
Yeah. Okay.
That
So
you're not open and about these emotions as well. I don't know if we're capable enough in our society to show our emotion, or to be at your job or in certain contexts that you can show or to be express these emotions. I think we suppress a lot of our emotions.
Okay, so maybe we're suppressing a lot of emotions.
Do you have language?
Hang on a sec. I want to come to Matthias. You've not said much yet, Matthias. Any thoughts about this? We're talking about fearful thoughts. Is the fear actually a way to connect with people that sympathise with some of the right-wing politics that's happening in this country and other countries all around the world? Can we connect through fear? And what are our fearful thoughts? Is it about silence? Is it about, I guess, this emotion, the bottling up of emotion? That's what we're talking. Matthias, if you've got something, then good. But if not, Nicola is ready to go.
Maybe there are better ways to connect than through fear.
Yeah.
Love? I think the best way to connect is through listening.
Yeah.
But it's easily said. Listening is very, real listening is difficult.
Yeah.
It's not just, because typically people say, I want to listen, somebody starts to talk, and you immediately start to think,
right,
what am I going to reply?
Yeah.
And if you do it like that, you're not hearing what they're saying.
Okay. So what do
and now you cannot learn.
What do you
and now you cannot understand.
When you're listening to somebody, you don't think about what you're going to reply. What do you think instead? You just,
you just have to hear. I would suggest take notes, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
And then afterwards, do some research.
Wouldn't that be a bit weird though if you came up to some right-wing person
or
left-wing, whatever, and then ask them what they think and start taking notes? Wouldn't that?
I think that's what journalists do. So they exist.
Okay.
So,
okay. Anyway,
that's what a therapist does too.
It's a therapist. Yeah. Okay. Can you just do some street therapy? We've got a new face. Tell us your name.
My name is Annie.
What's it?
Annie.
Annie. We've got Marie. We've got book. Yeah, close enough. We've got Nicola. We've got Manu. We've got new faces over here. I'm really sorry. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Jules.
And what's your name?
Jean.
Jean.
Yes.
And we've got Izzy. We've got Emmanuel. And sorry, what's your name?
Robin.
That's right. And Ben. And tell us your name.
You forgot.
Yes.
So disappointed.
Sorry.
Niels.
Niels. Okay. And we're just talking about Marie's just kind of like change a paradigm here, because who wants to have more awkward, difficult conversations? But what is it about? It's about how to. Give us a final stroke initial thoughts. What's your final and initial thought?
I really want to come join this panel another time, but my little sister is just here for a little while, so we're gonna take a walk.
Yeah. Okay.
And you were talking about like the fears, and her fear is speaking in public. So.
Okay. Well, this is the place to address that fear. And it is a genuine fear. It is actually a fear that's greater than death itself. So you're doing really well. Give yourselves all a massive round of applause. For coming close to the microphone. And so we're talking about fears. We're talking about, do we connect through fear? Do we connect through just listening? re-listening as well, not just listening, re-listening. How do we connect with people? How do we kind of heal some of these divisions that we seem to be having in our society at the moment? That's what we're talking about at the moment.
Dancing.
Yeah? Is that how they do it in Brazil?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So a bit of dancing. Is there any particular type of dancing?
I just feel that sometimes it's a bit overwhelming to have to speak all the time and to have to know what's going on at the time and to have the answers all the time.
So it's more, let's get to the physical dance and just move and move together.
Other ways of communicating and other ways of we can still be at the same place, and we don't even need to know that we have different political things, but as long as we're sharing the space, maybe we can. Just by observing, that's also a way of understanding how we can collaborate. But
have you ever danced with some right-wing people?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's definite.
But not because there's also a lot of those people are around us. We don't know who they are, but sometimes we know who they are, and we have family bonds or professional bonds, and we can't really do anything about it, but we still have to.
Okay, we've got some new faces at the table. Let's quickly get names. What's your name?
I'm Emma.
Emma, welcome. And
Hi, Willemijn. Willemijn.
What's that?
Willemijn? Like Dutch?
Willemijn.
Yeah, Dutch name.
Yes, okay. Sorry, it's all new to me. So this is the first time we've ever been in Ghent. Yes, but anyway, so we're talking about how do we connect with people? How do we heal the wounds of our society that we've got? As Marie said, we've got misogyny, we've got right-wing thinking, we've got fear, we've got hatred. How do we actually address that? Nicola came up with a point about listening to people. We've got connecting through emotions, through fear, but through other emotions as well. We've got dancing together. And I think you've got something, Manu.
I think there's something about being physically doing a project together, just all working towards a shared goal. It could be dancing, it could be making a different kind of project, any kind of art. I think there is something about that.
Yeah, so making maybe collective art together.
Yeah, even something not related to politics at all, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so oh, wow, look at that. Carbohydrates are on the way. Okay, so we're talking, yes, maybe food as well, connecting through food, especially high carbohydrate foods. Yes, Ben.
I think what you're saying sounds for me like playing, just back to childhood, just playing games together, kickaboo, whatever, just doing it. If you're an adult and just playing like these games, you can go all in this moment, and it doesn't matter with who you're playing. You want to win the game or play in this game or go for it. There don't even has to be a goal. That doing dancing, cooking, whatever. It's really a cool method to come together, and without having these complex ideas putting in words, we just can learn it from each other and learn to know each other without having these more complex interactions.
Okay. So playfulness. Okay, Marie.
I was gonna say there's actually also a lot of power in silence, just being in silence at the same place. Like for example, there's there was this one time I just had a bad day, didn't had a lot to say to anybody, but we were all just drawing. And so everybody was there, we were just having drinks and drawing, aquarelling, and that was just really nice. And I had an experience in the sauna last week. You just don't know who these people are, you're all naked. You don't have to be naked in general, but it's just being in silence and just observing one another. There's a lot of peace in that as well. Just not looking at one another with an opinion, just being in the same room in silence. Yeah.
Okay. We have a round of applause there. Yes.
Playing and being in silence makes me think of hide and seek, and this Tuesday I had to propose a body practice for my schooling thing, and I proposed I'm from the Netherlands and we call this Belgian hide and seek, where it's the opposite hide and seek. So one person hides and then all the other people find them.
Okay.
And so when you found the person, you were sitting in silence with them, but you had so much fun.
Right.
Even while you were so silent.
Okay, so one person hides and then you hide with that person once you found the person.
Yeah. And then the last person needs
Last person is the person a little bit like Ben, that's kind of feels out on his own and feels different from everyone else.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is how we started this conversation in the first place. Anyway, yes. So we're talking about play. You know, it's interesting how we've moved from hate to play. I think that's interesting. Are you off, Marie? I'm off. Give us a final thought before you go.
What was the thing?
A final thought.
A final thought?
Yes,
yeah, this is
us.
nice.
Yeah.
What a nice... I give away my seat to make room for other inspiring thoughts. I love how he turned around this conversation. So yeah, thank you all for being here.
I didn't turn around the conversation. You turned around the conversation multiple times. That is Talkaoke. Where are we going to go from here? We're talking about playfulness. Are we going to do maybe we can have just a few seconds of silence as we swap over, because there was a question about don't you ever need to get out and use the toilet, and the answer is yes, I do. So now's the time. It's finally happened. It's finally happened, and Margot, my colleague, that's very used to all the mansplaining, it's just water off a duck's back, as we say. Jump in the middle here, and I'm going to jump out and give her a round of applause. Keep it fresh. We've moved into the more kind of like, you know, we're solving problems now. So I'm here to hear about the problems, and Margot can hear about all the solutions. Okay, keep it warm for Margot.
What was that? No. Oh, so you really mean? Sorry, I just took a really chewy sweet and I didn't realize the swap is coming so soon. So obviously, don't eat this. Right. All right. So where were we? I think everybody's now in the clear that this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. We kind of have the chat going. I went to the toilet, so we don't need to know this, but that's actually what happened. So I don't know what you've been discussing just now. So let's just start maybe with a round of names, because that's going to help me out a lot. In no particular order, I'm going to start here. What's your name?
My name is Annie.
Ali?
Annie.
Ellie.
Annie.
Oh, Annie. And sorry, it's very hard to hear inside of this donut, apparently. So, Annie.
Yes.
Yep.
Niels.
Niels.
Ben.
Robin.
Emanuela.
Easy.
Manu.
Nicola.
Puck.
Tom.
And I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. So, the way it... Oh, sorry. So, last minute people, it's never too late to join, obviously. What are your names?
I'm Simon.
Simon and?
Justine.
Okay, so right now, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to continue some of the themes that came up earlier? I've heard about somebody talking about silence, about people dancing naked. That's what I got, but where do you want to take this conversation? Anybody? We could do the silence thing, which is also fine. Nikolai, thank you.
Well, as you want to talk about dancing naked,
I don't want to talk about it. It's just what I heard.
I'm thinking about being naked in public.
Yeah, what do you want to say about it?
Well, what I hear in the good old days, in the 70s, whatever, when my mother was still young,
yeah,
and her mother was probably still young.
Yep.
They say that people were more comfortable with being naked, as in, monokini. And, she was talking about going to the sauna. People were naked around. But nowadays, it doesn't happen.
Okay. I mean, do you have any ideas why?
Well,
I know you haven't lived through 70s unless you're really well preserved, which is possible. Yeah.
I do have a jacket. That's from the 70s.
Well.
So I think maybe we can all discover and search together why one might it be that we're not naked anymore together, and two, is that a good thing or a bad thing? So should we be more naked together?
Okay, so here's a question from Nikolai. Should we be more naked? Are we not getting naked enough? In the 70s, they were naked all the time. They hardly ever worn clothes. I don't know how you got the 70s jacket. It must have been a one-off or what. Any answers?
I think if you get naked together, you get more like mentally energy with each other too. Like you're gonna trust society, you're gonna trust each other on a whole different level. You're gonna talk to more people because you don't gonna think like, damn, these people gonna laugh about my pants or about my shoes, but you're just gonna think like, yeah, we're all naked here, why not?
Yeah, okay. So are we just
Why not?
are we just a little bit worried about being judged in the 70s? Maybe there wasn't such a big pressure about that. Yes, Robert.
I don't think it's about the pressure. I think it's about the fact that we now carry around these things that can take
What is
photos
this?
all the time.
I'm from the 70s. I don't know. I'm not
So it's a
actually.
smartphone. And this thing caused us to only be able to be naked in private places where these are not allowed, so which is a sauna. And I do think we should normalize being naked because it really makes you feel a part of like this human species.
I mean, we've got somebody just taking this as a cue to.
Yeah, that's amazing,
Sorry, man.
and I highly encourage it. And when you look at places, little anecdote, I went to a festival and there was this tradition where they burn down a piece of art and then people take off their clothes and they run around naked around the burning piece of art. And you see these groups of people, young people, friends, they walk arms in arms completely naked around this burning piece of art, and it's just such a magical moment. And I think we should really try to reconnect with those things that bring us back to just being human, you know.
Okay, so do we need to burn more art? Do we need to just get our kit off? Do we need to lose smartphones? Or just simply get naked, as you started doing here, which obviously is fine by me, I don't know. Yes, Annie?
I completely agree with what you said about the phones and the accessibility to more tools or security cameras or whatever. So I think compared to before, one of the things that's much more right now, it's gazing. So we have so much more gazing us.
What do you mean about?
It's like people gazing into us, and then we gazing into ourselves, and then other people, or peeking into whatever. Is like you're maybe concerned more about how your social media is looking in others' eyes, or not just yourself as a person, or what you wear, or people judging your clothes or something, but. Would people judge my publication? Would they judge my posts? There are a lot of invisible eyes over there. So maybe that's why we're less naked. Not just in a physical form, but also in a metaphorical form. Like we're less opening up of what we said. Like we built a repertoire or like a persona for ourselves for people to gaze into because we felt that's like the ideal persona for us. But deep down that we probably even stopped gazing or looking at ourselves in our true naked body and soul for a long time.
So I'm going to kind of encapsulate it by saying, okay, maybe we are just, we're sharing too much of ourselves and then somehow we're just getting frightened by people looking at us and maybe judging, and maybe we're just too concerned with putting out good material, good writing, good clothes, good everything, but we don't actually know the deeper meaning. We're kind of forgetting about that. I'm going to come to you. Remind me your name?
Simon.
Simon, and I'll come back to you, Izzy.
But my question actually would be then, are we less naked in public or not because of our own vision of ourselves? Or are we afraid of our own perception of ourselves, or are we afraid of the perception of other people?
What's more scary for you?
I don't think I have many problems being naked, even in public. I care less about what other people think about me, but I do scare myself in a way that I am afraid of what I would think of myself or how it would make myself feel if I was naked in a public space. So is it other people who are forcing us to be less naked, or are we forcing ourselves to be less naked and open?
Okay, so in a way, like, where is this pressure coming from? Is it really from the society out there, or is it just kind of self-inflicted? Is it us kind of being really harsh on ourselves? Yep, and then I'll come back to you.
Well, we just can't do it everywhere because it's by law. If we would all be naked now,
that's a very good
would
point.
be showing up, sadly,
I mean, should
maybe.
we be changing the law about being naked in public places?
But I think if we would do it more often, just people need to be stimulated and will find a way to accept ourselves and each other's more, because we just see each other for who we really are. Like, we all wear clothing to like distinguish ourselves from different people, which is nice. It's showing your personality. You wear t-shirts of Nirvana and stuff, but when we're naked, we see that we're all just human beings.
But what do you think about this link with technology? What you were saying, you know, how much does technology, this surveillance, the smartphone, how much does that have to do with how we perceive ourselves, each other, and how eager we are to get naked, so to speak? Oh yeah, Papa?
About this technology, if it's like the real pictures or it's more your profile on the internet, it's there and it's gonna be always a copy of it or a ghost of it on the internet. Even if they delete everything, you can backtrack it, find it, whatever. And if you go back to the 70s, I think it was more in the moment and people felt and thought different about stuff. We not all the time, if we are on the internet, thinking, oh, this Google search, it's there forever, but it is. And somewhere underneath, our whole society, by law or not by law, took another direction. And I think that's also something of the groundwork, the base of the problem there, to be more vulnerable, real naked or not. And that's weird. That everything you do, it's there somewhere. And if I started my Facebook at my 12 years old, I didn't realize that. And then now all the pictures are gone because you put stupid stuff there, but and now it all has to be professional because you search for a job or whatever.
Okay, well luckily we've got our 70s expert here. But also this is a genuine call out for people who remember the 70s. What was it like? How much, was that your final thought? Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. He's putting a lot into this conversation. There's a spare seat as well. If you genuinely remember 70s, please come and join the seat. But it's not the prerequisite. But we were just talking. You remember 70s? What was it like?
I think one of my name's Mikey, first memories, Margaret Thatcher getting elected in 1979. I was 5 years old.
Happy moments?
Was she naked?
Was she naked? Was she when she was born?
She was probably I don't know. I've never really thought about Margaret Thatcher naked.
Until
I've
now,
got to be honest.
so you're very welcome.
It's a new thought. It's
very welcome.
Finally a new idea in Ghent.
Yeah. So this is what Ghent apparently is famous for: new ideas. Margaret Thatcher naked. I mean, but where do we want to take this conversation? I mean, you started us off. Has your point of view developed, or have you just confirmed what you were thinking about this whole, why people get naked idea? Or why people don't get naked anymore, like in the 70s?
I don't know if we can put all the blame on the phone.
So where is the blame?
I've never been in a situation where I thought I'm not going to be naked because of smartphones. Mm-hmm. But I've also been in a lot of situations where I thought I want to be naked. So why is it that I don't want to be naked?
Okay.
Might be something else.
What, I mean, obviously, we can support you here. If you want to explore that, obviously, yeah. But so why don't we want to get naked? Yeah, go on, and then I'll come to you.
The opposite of naked is wearing clothes, and clothes are fashion, and it's a way of expressing ourselves. I think that fashion has developed a lot. There's lots of different niches that exist now. Maybe in the 70s that was a little bit less. No, I'm sure there was fashion, but maybe less options. Now there's many different, I don't know.
Okay, so is fashion got something to do with the fact that Nikolai doesn't want to get naked? Maybe he's just got too many fashionable clothes. Maybe simplify your wardrobe and then it'll be easy. Either this, well, maybe you can do even better. I don't know. But has fashion got something to do with it? Easy.
I think we're going back right now to a time where being naked will be more accepted. Like we're in a time where body positivity is well more important than in the 2010s. We're more accepting. We're talking more and more about our body. Like I think we will get back to getting naked more.
Okay, so is getting naked, are we having a comeback, a revival? You had your hand up before, but maybe the point moved on, and then I'll come back to you.
Just a question for Nicholas, if you're ever naked at home on your own?
Okay, I'm gonna,
Like intentionally naked, not showering, but do you ever like bounce around your apartment or home, whatever, naked by yourself at home?
As in currently or?
Okay.
Yes,
now.
currently.
Okay, before we come to you, Justine, I feel like, do you ever gratuitously walk around naked in your flat for no reason whatsoever? Yes.
Well, there are 2 points. One, it has to be warm enough. And for example, this time of year, it's too hot, too cold.
Yeah, exactly. Then try to avoid the question, I think, is what you're saying.
And the second point is, we have stairs, and if you're on the stairs, from the street they can directly see you. But I have been, I have been naked. Yes.
Okay, so it's a yes, basically. After all of this, your answer is yes. Okay, right. Are you happy with this answer? Thank you, Nikolai. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I'm happy with his answer, but it also establishes that he's comfortable being naked by himself. So then the second question would be, why are you never naked around other people?
Okay, well, why aren't you ever naked around other people? Why are you
legislation, like he said, it's illegal. I don't want to get arrested.
Okay, what about in your house?
Yeah, I am. I love it.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you. Thank you for this confession. I didn't know we were going to go in this direction. Justine, you had your hand up for ages, and I'll come back to you guys. Yes, thank you.
The thing is, being naked, like you have saunas and stuff, I don't know, I feel like very comfortable going to saunas, but sometimes they're like, do I look okay? Do I look right? And because you can't, if you have clothes on, you can hide your tummy by wearing higher pants, and you can hide everything that you want. But if you're naked, you're naked. You don't have anything. You don't have style to hide behind. You have nothing. So that's, I think, a big thing why people don't like being naked around other people, because they can't hide the parts they don't
it's just
like.
who you are, what you look like. No, probably no makeup either, because in sauna it's all gonna probably fall off anyway.
Yeah, true.
Okay. No filter.
And the thing is, like in saunas and stuff, nobody cares about how you look. They only like think about how they are feeling, and that's like the same thing in the gym and stuff. Nobody cares about how you do your exercise and how whatever. But people are sometimes so in their head because, I don't know, they feel bad or something, and that's so normal. But you start to like
maybe overthinking it.
Overthinking it.
Like
why you don't act? Yeah, you don't act like yourself at the time because you don't feel like yourself or you don't feel good.
So in a way, it's like back to what you were saying, which is like this is kind of self-inflicted pressure. People think about me more than they actually are. They're not actually bothered. Yeah. They don't actually care how much belly you've got showing or whatever. I'll come to you, Mikey, now, but then I'll come to you, Book.
I mean, I think that is a general thing. People think that other people think about them more than they actually do, or care about what they're doing, and it's something we've all got. We all think people are always thinking about us. They think this, they think that, but the reality is that generally people are not thinking about us at all. And yeah, I think that's the sad reality. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
They don't, like the number of times I've gone, I wish I hadn't said that stupid thing. I made a faux pas. Normally it's like failing to recognise people. But they don't. Nobody cares. No
one even remembers.
Yeah, it's only you that's worrying, lying up in bed, or me in my case, worrying about things that nobody else cares about.
Okay, meanwhile, some more people are taking their clothes off, which obviously is fine here to a certain point until it gets illegal. But Book, I'm going to come to you because you had your hand up and then you. We've got 2 spare seats as well. If anybody wants to join, come and join us. This is Talkaoke. It's a talk show. Right now we're talking about being naked. So there you go. Book, over to you. Let her finish her point and then I'll take your final thoughts. Is that right? Cool.
Okay, so but there is a lot of judgment, I'd say. So I think a big part of it is still with the technology, with the phones, not only with the camera, but also the social media aspect that you get also access to a lot of judgment and to comparing yourself with other people. But then there's still like the thing of people don't care as much, but then there's still people judging other people, and you have that ingrained in your head that people do care about other people, but they blah 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 blah. So I think there's just multiple things, but they all come to the same thing of the consciousness of being seen.
Oh, so kind of going back to what Annie was saying, is kind of awareness that people are looking, they're judging your work, your looks, your clothes, and all that kind of stuff. And even if you talk yourself out of it and convince yourself that actually nobody cares about what I'm doing, then you see social media and it's like, no, we actually do care. People will comment on how you look. So it's always like this vicious circle, it seems.
Probably.
Yeah, something like that. Thank you, Bick. You guys are going. We've got a new face to the table. I'll introduce the new face, and then I'll let you come up with an amazing final thought. It could be about anything. It doesn't have to be about the subjects at hand. It could be something new. But welcome to Talkaoke. What is your name?
Marnix.
Marnix, welcome. Give a man a round of applause. I don't even know it. There you go. Right, Marnix, welcome. Final thoughts.
I really like that this protector is pink.
Yeah, we're big fans of pink here.
It's nice and welcoming. And based on what you said earlier, I think, well, being naked is a state of mind. And then, when, like, we're naked when we're taking showers, and there's more chance for us to be singing in the shower and having a really good time, because that's our state of mind, being naked and being our true self. So we like to sing because we're happy, we're relaxed, and we're warm and everything. So I think just be naked as you want.
Be naked. Thank you very much for this. Nakedness as a state of mind, which is legal, I hope. That's legal still? Okay, go on, just straight there. Yeah. Final thoughts.
I like this topic. It's fun and interesting. But what I liked,
welcome to stay.
What I liked a lot was when we arrived, we were talking about how to bring people closer together. I particularly liked that topic, and I heard some ideas about dancing together or listening. But what I kept thinking was, does it have any effect in the long term? I don't know. I feel like these are short-term solutions. You're there in the moment with someone and you're connecting, but I feel like ultimately there's a lot of division in our society, and I don't think the things I heard here were like sustainable or effective in the long run. And I would love to hear those things, because it's something I think about a lot.
Okay, I mean, have you got any ideas of how to ensure this kind of long-lasting impact?
No.
Should the dancing go on and on and on?
Oh yeah, dancing is amazing, but the thing is, it's like, how do you say that? Very isolated. I think when you go dancing, you're already with like-minded people, because they show up there for this music or this whatever, and how do we connect people that are really like across each other in society, like this old grumpy man that's like very right-wing, or this young left-wing idealist? They're never going to be dancing together. So how do you connect them?
Maybe it's about the music. I don't know. What should we be playing?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, I can see your hand up, but I have to do it in order, Nikolai. I'm sorry. I'm going to give the mic to... You had something to say like a million years ago. But maybe the moment is gone. But if anybody's got any solutions about how to bring the grumpy right-wingers, left-wingers together in a dance floor, is it the music, is it the choreography, we don't know. I'll come to Mikey, then to you, and then to you.
Well, I mean, I appreciated Nicola's point. When I'm in the middle, I can't sort of give my opinion, but I do really agree about listening to people. Yeah. And I think the point about hearing people's fears, understanding their identity as well, like a grumpy old right-wing racist man, I think we need to understand him and have a kind of love for him as well, even if he's voting for things that we really don't like. Or I say we, but it's just also like highlighting their view and seeing the joint positives out from that as well, because there is a positive side. Like the reason why they're hating on immigrants is because they've got some kind of like nostalgic view, or I say this more thinking about UK, but nostalgic view of their country, of what their childhood was like, or something like that. And it's just about connecting with the positive side rather than the negativity that it presents itself in, I think, anyway. And just in a way, from talking to people all the time around the world, I know I've gone on too much. This is turning into a speech. You tend to find these kind of characters, and it's just about amplifying their voices rather than trying to sweep them away and say, what you say is not relevant because it's racist or because it's offensive.
Okay, so how do we make the racist man welcome on a dance floor of life? How do we kind of learn from their moves and their speeches? Nicola, I promise you the mic. We also have got this kind of on and off free chair, so please grab it. You don't have to stay for a whole evening, you can stay for 5 minutes. Nicola, over to you.
I think what it boils down to, for me, is to something what he said a long time ago. Is yeah, you really have to see. Basically, we're all people. You really have to see everyone as a human, not as a day, and that group is saying that, and blah 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 blah. And then the dancing thing, as silly as it might sound. But you're saying, if you're dancing with people, you're with like-minded people, so it won't really work. But you're like-minded if you go to a concert, but you're like-minded about a certain kind of music. But that doesn't mean you're like-minded about politics. And I think, what you should just remember is you can be like-minded about one point and be different mind about something else, and that's basically every human being. You will not find two people who are like-minded about every subject. It's in politics, I'm pretty sure everyone here is not like-minded, as in we won't all have the same view. Maybe 5 of us are Taylor Swift fans, maybe 5 of us like, I don't know, football, what is football? Like Barcelona or something. And if we're all going to a Barcelona game, you might think, we're all fans of Barcelona, we're probably all thinking the same, but we're not. And half of us are voting this way, half of us are voting that way. And my point is just, you really have to stop thinking about other people as, they're stupid, and they think this because they're stupid, and I know better. Yeah. And probably, I know better about a lot of things, but they also think they know better. Yeah. They have their reasons, and they're not evil.
Yeah. So as you were saying at the beginning, it's almost like, how do we push through all these different things that make us different, how we see the other human being. And maybe at the festival you've been to, maybe there were some right-wing people burning the art and dancing naked. You don't know. You don't know, it could be. But because you're going on about, I'm going to take your final thoughts, and now I know you had your hand up, you had your hand up, you had your hand up, we've got a new face to the table, you've said nothing, you said your final thoughts ages ago. I don't know why you're still here. You're welcome to stay here too. Thank you guys. That's 2 seats going. Spike, give them a round of applause. Yes, why not? Final thoughts.
Yes, thank you. Final thoughts. Yeah. So on what this intelligent person just said, I think we all value diversity. We're in Ghent, we're a very inclusive city, but diversity takes all shapes, and it also takes shapes in what we think. So we should definitely not censor people. We should accept that people have different thoughts and have debates like we're doing right here. And maybe we're a very homogeneous kind of people, but also media should help us facilitate making the connection to people that have different ways of thinking about things.
Do you think that Mutation is a place where we could kind of, I don't know, help us push through these differences? I mean, is there anything in this festival that can help bridge that gap, or is it more of an echo chamber for people who already think like-mindedly? You say no, you say yes.
Yes, I mean, hopefully every event can be something that is inclusive and that draws in a diverse group of people, but I think we also shouldn't kid ourselves and be very real that art and just being expressive, it kind of draws in the more liberal people, and that's okay. But what we should get rid of, especially, is a stigma around having other thoughts or other opinions. I think even I don't want to bash on anyone, but even the moderator that was here previously, sometimes
over there.
Yeah, and like we always put out our own opinions. We do it subconsciously, and that's okay. But especially if you want to be very inclusive, also of people with other thoughts, then we should just accept them as they come. And even if they are different, even if they think very radical things, to them it all makes sense. We all make our own truths. Okay, people who there is no one who wants to be evil. Everyone makes their own justifications for the things they think. So that's my closing thought.
No, that's amazing. It was a whole bunch of closing thoughts, but no, thank you for it. But what I'm going to take from this is like, can we be truly inclusive, even inclusive of the fact that we are biased towards certain opinions, or we can never be fully inclusive? Are we inclusive of the fact that we can't be inclusive? I don't even know what that means. But we've got new faces around the table. Of course, you can stay, but you can also go as you want to. Give him a round of applause. It's the second time Robin was on this table, so definitely this. Let's do a round of names, and I know you had your hand up, you had your hands up, you had your hand up, and there's a bunch of new people. I'm Margot, this is Talkaoke, it's a pop-up talk show. Right now we're talking about this, but we could change the subject. What's your name?
Jeroen.
Jeroen, nice to meet you. Let's do everyone.
Ja, mag niks.
Still mag niks.
Frederick.
Frederick, welcome.
Isu.
Welcome.
Justine.
Simon.
Manu.
Nicola.
Puck.
Tom.
Tom, and whoever else dares to take these two seats, you're welcome to it. And as I said, I'm Margaret, this is Talkaoke. So where do we want to take this? We're talking about inclusivity, we're talking about can we see people as humans, yeah?
I have this question, but do you need to understand people to see them as human? Or like, do you need to understand where they're coming from to just live beside them? Okay.
Okay, so do you need to understand people to accept them or something like this? You were saying no, you were kind of shaking your head.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to understand someone to see them as human, because you can have different thoughts, you can have different opinions, you can have different views on stuff, and you can still be very good friends or like walk beside each other in the street. You don't, I don't know. The thing is, I think like, especially like politics and stuff, everyone is like reacting so hard, and sometimes you need to just be quiet, listen to the other person, and like hear their thoughts and where they're coming from and what the point is behind the thought. And you can learn so much from it. But people like in social media and stuff, they react so much. They see something, they're like, oh no, and they do that constantly, and it's not like they don't listen anymore because of they get so much input on social media and stuff.
And also, I think, what about this idea of like, are we over-intellectualizing what, trying to understand, get into people's, why do they behave the way they behave? Sometimes you just have to maybe accept it. Are we capable of doing that? I promised you the microphone for ages. You want to say something? I'll come to you after. Yeah. And obviously, at any point.
We're always looking like, how can other people accept our truth, but maybe we need to accept that our truths are not always the same truths as someone else's truths. What?
No, sorry.
Sorry, but
It's sign language there.
Like, we can all have another truth in our head, another opinion, but we need to talk about what our truth is and learn from each other. Learn from one other's truth to really get what the real truth is.
Okay, so we need to find out what the truth is, but we can only find out by talking to other people. So this is where you kind of left us. I promised you a microphone like a long time ago. Go ahead, Manu.
Just about this idea of listening. Today I was having dinner with my father-in-law, and he was being interesting about migration. He was telling me all these things that I totally didn't agree with, but I'm a little bit scared of him, so I didn't say anything. Like, I want to be polite, and I was just sitting there listening. I was drawing, and he was talking, and then I was just sort of absorbing. I wasn't saying anything, and then he left the room, and immediately I got angry, and I suddenly felt comfortable to express myself. I got angry, and I was upset about it, and I was just about him. And then he came back, and again I was kind of forced into this listening position because of I was a bit scared, but also it was interesting when I just shut up. I actually listened to what he was saying, and I wasn't angry, and I didn't get upset. And I had to just suppress that and just hear what he was saying. And I think that was better than immediately the anger that came when he left the room.
Okay, so what was he saying? Like, what was the kind of the essence? Like, what did you hear really from what he was saying?
Yeah, he was just talking about immigration and how a bit anti-immigration.
But was there something that did you hear him in a different way that you heard him before? Did he just make you angry all the way? Because I kind of understood that maybe at some point when you just switched into completely accepting and listening position, maybe there was something that did anything resonate with you or anything like this, or you understood his point of view better, or
yeah, because I shut up. I think if I hadn't, if I was brave enough to say what I wanted to say, I would not have listened at all. I would not have let him speak. I would have said, rah, 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 and then I think that wouldn't have gotten anywhere. And now he was able to say everything he said, and I do understand where he's coming from. Of course.
Okay, so sometimes you just need to give people like the air time to kind of say. That's really interesting, and it sounds like a pretty intense situation that you were in. You had something to add. I mean, are you a good listener to people, particularly of different opinions?
I think I am more by becoming older, because...
But give us a final thought before you go. Oh, you're coming back?
Okay.
Then fine. Sorry, apologies.
No problem. I was listening, so you see, I'm a good listener.
You were on top of it. I like that.
Am I a good listener?
Yeah.
It's double. I think I'm a good listener in the sense that I can listen more to different opinions, but by becoming also older, you are more stuck to your own worldview. Like, for example, if you were talking about truth, I think, and we were talking about inclusivity. Inclusivity is for every beholder a different social construct. Like, if you were talking, or he's already gone, I guess, the guy, like that more for some people, how more liberal people look at the concept of inclusivity, or how your father-in-law is looking at the concept of inclusivity is completely different. It's completely different. So, bringing all these social constructs together, you get all different definitions of inclusivity. That's why there's no one single truth, and that makes it a very hard to objectifies this concept, and that's why you will also always have discussions like, I mean, let's say the left has this view on inclusivity, which is also, I actually partly agree that inclusivity here is an echo chamber of people coming here, like the kind of people who you can, let's say, recruit to come here, or recruit is like, I mean, I don't know really.
They're already converts. They're already here. For the same
they already
values.
convert into like, loving art. We understand what art does to us, but people outside of this, let's say, art. It's not art world, but this kind of being attracted to imagination. It's hard to recruit these kind of people, and I think that's why we are kind of also a little bit echo chambers of this, and we have like, we stay a little bit in our own worldview together. So we say we probably have the same worldviews partly, but there's no like people from, like, let's say, extreme right people here, or maybe there are, but I mean who have other worldviews, and that's, I want to discuss with these people, but they are not here. So what can we do about it?
Okay, so, big question on the table then. How do we attract more right-wing people to come to Mutation Festival? Is it by having a naked dance floor? Would that be this is a callback to a long ago conversation about people's relationship with breaking the rules, taking the kit off and stuff like that. But anyway, there are new people joining us. This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. We've got some returning faces still on the edges. I'm Margot. This is everyone else. We are currently discussing, what is real inclusivity? Is Mutations Festival, could it benefit? Could we all actually individually benefit from having our opinions challenged more? How do we do it in a respectful way? We're talking about technology and our sense of, self-awareness and shame and being naked in the 70s. We've got an expert here. He's got a genuine 70s jacket to prove it. Apparently in the 70s, people just didn't have that problem. They were just living their lives, and now we just got these philosophical thoughts. So this is where we are. You've not said anything for a little while, but we've got a new person. Give us your name.
Peter.
Peter, welcome. Give him a round of applause. Amazing. But and the returning face.
Hi, yes, hi, Marie.
Marie, welcome. And we've got one spare seat for anybody who dares. You don't have to be naked to join this Talkaoke at all. The way Talkaoke works is completely up to you to decide where you want to take this conversation. I know you had your hand up, but maybe anything that kind of rings you back. I mean, what do you think about this inclusivity, challenging opinions? Do you like your opinion being challenged? Is it like a positive kind of mental gym, or is it like no? Yeah, grab the mic.
Yeah, sure, it is positive because I'm always interested in how other people's minds work and how they think and how they see and perceive world perception. But with all the stuff that's happening. With like the viewpoint of different people, with sex and all that stuff, I think it's just this time. It has happened before. Like in the early 40s also, people, like women had to wear long skirts that don't show any naked, so, and don't say this words and that words. I think we're just having a rebound again. Like we're just entering another different age with similarities, in which we're now like censoring everything. We're open more about certain stuff, but we're also censoring a lot of other stuff.
Okay.
So we're just having, I think we're just having a rebound again. It's going to be lasting like for maybe a few years, and then maybe in the next 5 years it's going to be a new, different age. Like when we have the 70s, where everything was open again. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying, I mean, back in not back in the day, but back a couple of hours ago, people were talking about this nostalgia and bringing back their old technologies, analog stuff, to really move in future. But you're saying we are almost like reclaiming, bringing back, feeling nostalgic for all the terrible things, like, I don't know, women in long skirts. We're kind of reliving that again, but maybe given a few more years, we'll be okay again. We'll push through it. But this is Talkaoke you just walked into. It's a Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. I could explain it, but I'm just going to let people do their talking, and then you'll kind of pick up the pieces. But we've got, what are your names? I'm Margot, by the way. Julia?
And also Julia.
Oh, okay, amazing. Double Julia and stereo, excellent. So this is kind of where we are at. The conversation develops all the time. So yes, Peter, you freshly joined. Any views on this? Are we just kind of regurgitating old problems? Is it just a phase that we are? Yeah, Mikey.
I mean, I wasn't really around in the 70s. I know we were talking about that about 20 minutes ago, but I was around in the 80s, and for me the 80s was not, you see all these TV programs that are set in the 80s or films that are set in the 80s, and it's like a complete fantasy about what the 80s is, but in a way it's quite a good thing to have that nostalgia, because I feel like it almost people want to go back to that imaginary past, and in doing that they're actually being progressive, but just by driving in reverse, if you see what I mean. So they're kind of going forwards in reverse by looking back at the 80s and seeing all the, there's one or two, I don't know what button that is for that.
There is a button for it, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that we're looking back to the 80s for that kind of leap of imagination, because we can't.
There's this film. I remember watching this film about the miners' strike, where like some gay and lesbian people got together with some Welsh miners to campaign and this was all in the 80s, and it was this great moment of like understanding. And addressing homophobia and connecting with working class people, and it was all lovely. And that did happen, it was a true story, but at the same time, the 80s wasn't like that. It was just one tiny moment, which was great in the 80s. It was good to look at that moment, and if everyone thinks that the 80s was like that, and they want the working class people to
hold hands,
hold hands with, with LGBT people, then I think that's good.
Okay, right. So, are we having some kind of like curated, like director's picks of different decades? We just pick the best things. Marie, you're nodding, but you had your hand up, and I'll come to you, and I'll come to you.
Because I also think we're very nostalgic to when we were little, or life was easier, or whatever good parts we remember from 10 or 20 years ago. But that's also keep holding on to tradition. But tradition is also what keeps us from evolving to making new traditions. So it's kind of a going in a circle. It's feeding itself and it's solving itself.
Okay, so nostalgia is kind of maybe turning into tradition, which is a bad thing. Actually, tradition stops us from evolving. This is what you're saying, Simon. Nicola, you had your hand up, but I feel like you're having some thoughts right now. So maybe I'll come back to you. But Marie, you wanted a mic right now.
Yeah.
Please, take it away.
Yeah, you said it's about tradition, but I think it's all about comfort. It's when we talk about these old sitcoms, 80s shows, and I don't know, it's we binge watch the same shows because it gives us comfort, and I think these I don't know. In general, during the conversation, I was thinking. We were talking about revisiting and having the same, reliving the same experience and so on and so on. And I was thinking, who's deciding that, or who's telling us? Like, yeah, exactly.
Moments.
It's like fashion, for example. It's like there's these. It's like we're always mimicking and going back. And I'm sometimes thinking something is directing us to that and to go. Yeah.
So in a way, is it just our kind of spontaneous impulse to focus maybe on certain tropes from the past or certain problems or fashions or whatever?
Yeah.
Or is it something or someone bigger pushing us in this direction to sell some 70s clothing, for example, in 2024?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's both. It's like we want to comfort and somebody's telling us to go get the comfort food, go get the comfort memory.
So comfort, yeah, thank you for passing the mic. That's very good. So this is a question.
I think the answer to that is companies who want to make money.
Give us a final thought before.
A lot of fashion trends. I mean, if it's successful, people buy it. So of course they're gonna try to make it a hype. And if everybody wears it and they see everybody's buying it, of course they're gonna make more of it. So.
And then it kind of like spreads, I suppose, is kind of everybody's having
Yeah,
it.
so I don't think it's a conspiracy or anything. No? Oh, okay.
It sells.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is it all about sales in the
But-
end? These guys are. Oh.
But I think one thing that he said before, your colleague, it's this bias that we have as people, this positivity bias, I think. When you think about the past, you remember the good things. I think it's been said a few times here already before. Times are getting rough and everything, and it used to be better. But things, they used to be not better. I talk about the 80s, or I can tell you the 70s. A lot of shitty things happened back then. And so yeah, it's really good to realize that the past was probably basically the same as now, but just without technology, without all the advances we have. People used to not understand each other. People used to hate each other as much as they do now.
It's just now they've got technology to do it on a massive scale. But
yeah, indeed, and we have technology to heal us, of course, and help us.
Okay, so technology can heal us, but you're talking about, welcome to Talkaoke, there will be 2 seats going spare, I promise, because these people are going. Without summarizing what you said, I'm just going to give you the mic and let you do your final thoughts, and then we're going to carry on the conversation. Please, Simon, take it away.
I think I'm going to end with the same thing that I started with. Are these issues that are driven by people from other people towards you? Or are we having these issues because we're struggling inside about how we take it outside? It keeps coming back to the same thing. And I think we feel like we're not that much in control anymore. But the control is partly there for the taking. But with that control comes the responsibility to defend yourself, your opinion, towards other people. And in worst case, to defend yourself from someone who aggressively wants to imprint their opinion onto you. So it's just a circle. Is it coming from inside ourselves to outside, or is it the outside pushing it in our being?
Okay, so almost like where is the line between us making something happen and the world kind of affecting us. But that's a brilliant ephemeral thought if I ever heard one. Thank you very much. Deep, we're going deep. I'm sure we've got a button for this. I don't know which one that is. Justine, take it away. Yes, yeah.
My final thought is everyone has their own opinion, and that's okay. Everyone should keep their opinion, not keep their opinion, but whatever. Yeah. You can change your opinion, that's fine. But it's your opinion. No one can take that away from you. I was going to say something else, but I forgot.
Something about you were talking about positivity. You were talking about the inside out, like what is causing our behavior and that kind of stuff. We were talking about nostalgia. We were talking about.
I forgot.
Many things. You can come back.
Yeah. No, I forgot.
It may come back to you in the middle of the night. In which case. Send us a message on Instagram, we'll put it out there. But thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. This was Talkaoke. There are 2 seats going spare, as I said. Give him a round of applause, why not? You're going to go. Let's take some final thoughts. You're going. Okay, everybody's going. Right, great. Give us some final thoughts because you've put in a lot into this conversation. Manu?
Sometimes it's good to shut up and listen.
Okay, do you have anything to say? To add on to this? You don't have to.
No, that's
No, just listening. Okay, thank you. Final thoughts, Nikolai?
Remember, we're all humans who just want to live.
That's all we've got time for. Just go and live. Time is ticking. Thank you very much, both. And who else is going? No one's going. There's new people arriving. Let's do a round of names. Mikey?
Mikey, I just wanted to say...
Thank you for confirming.
The point about responsibility, they say with great power comes responsibility, but I was listening to a podcast last week and they said with great responsibility comes great power.
With great responsibility, what does that mean?
And I think if you take responsibility, that is it's a very powerful thing to do, to say, oh, we're responsible for this problem, that problem.
And that automatically gives you power to solve it somehow.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you do something about it.
Okay. So with great power comes great responsibility, or the other way around. But anyway, let's do a round of names just so that everyone's like kind of awake and in it. I know I've asked your name like twice now, but let's go.
Do you remember it?
Marnik?
Yeah, kind of.
Marnix, yes. Izzy. Frederick. Julian. Cizi. Louis, oh god. Tom and Marie. And Alexander. David, welcome. And I'm Margot. This is Talkaoke. We've got one more spare seat, in fact 2. So the conversation has been going different directions. You have been listening for a while. Is there anything that you want to throw in? Like, what are your thoughts about, we were talking about nostalgia. We've been talking about, what causes our behavior. You threw in the concept of with great power comes great responsibility, or the other way around. If you are responsible for huge things, does that give you some kind of energy and power to solve them better? We've been talking about analog world, we've been talking about being naked, and technology. Has the world always been tough? And it's only now that we are fully getting the scale of it because of the technology available. What was 70s like? But we just got a little bit stuck on the 70s. We don't have to go there. In fact, we can't because it's 2024. But the way Talkaoke works, and I'll explain it to people who just joined, it's completely up to you to throw in a subject, run with a new subject, pick up something loosely from what I was saying, or just do whatever you want. And I'll introduce this person, and you can think of a subject.
I'm Chris.
Hey Chris, welcome to Talkaoke. Where shall we take this conversation, people? Tell me. Outside?
No. It's
how far can we? This is on wheels, so it's not a problem.
Yeah,
yes,
I might have something, if you guys agree. How are you guys doing on self-care, and are you succeeding? Is it going this way, or is it more?
Okay, whilst people ponder the answer, if you want to answer, right? How are you doing? How is your self-care?
Lately, I think it's going in a better direction. Listening to the advice you get from others, and also learning from your mistakes. But yeah, it can always get worse for a time. But I think it's better.
Okay, so you're on a kind of incline, you're going up. But what is self-care? If you said self-care, what do people understand by it? That's if you want to talk about it. What is it, Louis? Oh, sorry.
I think it's all about beating loneliness, and that's why people come here as a matter of self-care.
Okay. Is that why you're here?
Of course, yeah, of course. I mean, isn't that the reason why people come here?
Let's ask the people. Luckily, we've got some people here. You had your hand up, and then I'll spread it out. Why are you here? Is it for your self-care routine?
What? What the fuck? I'm loud.
What's happened?
I'm usually loud, but no, I'm really, really loud.
Oh wait, I've turned. Sorry.
Thanks.
I got it.
Thank
Is
you.
it better? Okay, good.
Way better.
You've got good radio voice, so obviously, yeah.
Thank you. I really do. Well, what is self-care?
Are you lonely?
Yeah.
I am.
So what brings you to Mutation?
With you, I'm a little bit lost.
Julie and Julia, are you going? Whilst you're warming up, I'm just going to get some final thoughts from you. What brought you here?
Oh.
Why are you here?
Probably it looked curiosity, and it looked really exciting, and I like what you're doing here. Yeah.
Do you mean the donut or the festival or
all the
Wintercircus?
All the things. It's my first time in Belgium, and
okay, welcome. I say it like I'm from Belgium.
I love this event. Like.
Super. Where did you arrive from? Yeah.
Kraków in Poland.
O, witamy, dzień dobry, zapraszamy, cześć.
Culture in Belgium and Poland.
Yes. I mean, we don't have to talk about it, but I know something about it.
Like.
Yeah, you can say that. Okay, so culture in Poland. You came from Kraków. What's it like? Do they have something like this in Kraków or not?
Oh,
kinda.
We do have a lot of festivals, like open ice art and audio arts, but not a thing like this probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
So intermediate, like.
Yeah. Julia, grab the mic.
Personally, I came here for Erasmus, so I've been here for a couple of months, and personally the biggest difference in mentality between Polish people and Belgian people is I think Belgian people like rules a lot more.
Okay, and Polish people?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Flemish. Okay. Okay, so this is interesting. So maybe you will stay for a little bit. So, I mean, I want to know, I want to find out, in Poland, does the subject of self-care come up at all? Are people interested in this? Just have a think about this. Mikey?
I think people in Poland like rules. They just don't like obeying the rules, but they prefer breaking the rules.
Okay, breaking
or
to
bending the
so
rules.
not fully break.
But if there were no rules, then Polish people would be very frustrated.
Okay.
Because they would have nothing to bend.
Okay, so rules are there to be bent, so to speak. You had your hand up, yes?
Yeah, so I don't know how it's Poland, but in Ukraine, in comparison in Belgium, so here they have kind of work-life balance, all of those stuff, a lot of rules and all of things.
Which is just bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great, and also self-care for me is kind of also interesting question, because I'm also young, I'm trying to understand what it means, I also find this balance in the life, and also in your health, so I'm trying to do my best with all of this stuff, not forget about myself, so kind of trying to reach my best.
Okay, so you're discovering work-life balance, maybe as well.
Yeah.
New concepts.
In Ukraine, we don't talk about this. So when I came here, everyone
suddenly had to get on board with all of this.
Okay. So
okay.
I need to
Chris, you've
integrate.
got one. I'll come to you, Chris, but I'll come to you because I promised David. Yes. Yes, and I'll come back to you.
I think I share now a similar situation because I'm here for Erasmus too. I'm from Czechia and I'm here for...
Come on! The Eastern European contingent is out! Thank you guys!
For 2 months, and it's... Even for self-care, it's just like total roller coaster to come somewhere where the culture is totally different, because here is much more positivity and people are open and they care, which in Czechia they tend to not care.
Okay, so again, so there's a lot of kind of discoveries, people coming from Poland, from Ukraine, from Czechia. This is just a mind, if you don't mind me say so. Chris, what are your thoughts? I mean, are you Belgian? What do you think about the rules? Is it true?
I'm Belgian, yeah.
Hey, welcome to Belgium.
I had a partner who was from Polish roots.
Hey.
So I can say the Polish people and the Belgian people goes along very well.
and it's not only my opinion, but a lot of industry is also working together with Belgium and Poland. I have heard in a podcast from the States. A lot of building companies work there, and vice versa. So yeah, they go well round. And in terms of self-care, I came here actually because it's one of the little places where you actually can sit in this festival. So yeah, I was a bit tired. So.
And next thing you know, you are representing Belgium on the talk show from the UK, talking about Poland. Great, amazing. No, but that's good. So expect the unexpected. But so you're saying actually there's a natural link between Poles and Belgians. There's just a natural connection somehow. Yes.
Culture.
Culture.
Food.
Yeah.
And also Christianity, I think, yeah.
Okay, so back to God. Believe it or not, we have been talking about Christianity. Christian, paradigm, set of rules, I suppose, that shaped our idea of what's good, what's bad, what's God, what's not. Are we gods because we use our technology and all that kind of stuff? I'm just going back to 3 hours ago. But anyway, so there you go. So here we are. You start about... self-care, you sat down in self-care, people are kind of connecting, so conversation done. We've smashed it, guys. What is there else to say? Louis, have you got anything to add? Thanks.
Of course.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So I'm studying social work, and I had recently a conversation with someone that's also doing social work, and she said to me that translation in English, zorgen.
What?
Zorgen voor een ander?
Zorgen.
Yeah, zorgen.
Take care.
Take care for another. You have first to take care of yourself. Yeah. So that was I thinking of. And also I am doing like a podcast tomorrow, and now I'm like just doing observations of this fantastic concept. So that's also a form of self-care then, I think. So.
Okay, so self-care through creative stimulation, which feeds into your work as well. So killing two birds with one stone. So this is kind of where we are talking about self-care. And for onlookers, we are Talkaoke. This is a pop-up talk show. These people are on the panel talking about perspectives from Poland, maybe Polish people like breaking rules. Manix, you've not said anything, but now it's your time.
You know why I sat down? It links to self-care, I guess, but this thematic of nakedness rang with me, yeah? And I think nakedness for me has a lot to do with self-care.
Can you explain why a bit?
I once went to a sauna the first time in my life, like a year ago, and I didn't want to go into the naked zone, but when I did, and people were just naked, it was so chill, and I think being naked has something. I think the original humans were naked. There is kind of intimacy that is fed continuously by being naked, without it being really sexual. It's just about intimacy. And I think that would be an immense addition to self-care. I don't know how to explain it.
Could it be an addition to Mutation Fest 2025?
No.
No. Okay.
I would not get undressed now. No. But like in a sauna where you chill together or like heat up together.
Yeah. Give us a final thought. Okay, so there's something like original, like primal about people being naked together and not in a sexual way. Has everybody, before you give us your final thoughts, perhaps has everybody felt like has everybody been to a sauna before, naked sauna? I just want to find out. Many times. Yeah, that's still ahead of you. These guys will show you best ones. Yes, naked sauna. No. Yeah, you did. Yeah, okay. I'll come to you for your final thought. You can talk about your naked sauna experience, but you don't have to. And I'll come to you, Yulia.
Well, my first naked sauna experience was in Estonia, which is like the #1 country of the sauna. And it was.
Is that right? I thought it's Belgium.
No, it's not like, because the Estonian sauna is completely black. It's made out of charcoal, so it's no lights. And everybody, I was like shocked because I did my Erasmus in Estonia like you did it here in Belgium. And I was there, and it was basically the professor of history classes that say, hey, do you want to come to the sauna? Because that's like so normal to do it there. And we were there naked with the professor in the same sauna, And that was my sauna experience.
Okay.
And actually, I have to say, it would be nice to have it here more in Belgium because it's a very good remedy for self-care and to feel happy and feel connected with nature and with other people in the most basic way possible.
And also good for education as well. You can connect with your professors as well, and it helps you absorb the knowledge. But this is amazing. Okay, so blacked out sauna, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking around. Grab one of these. Maybe next year we'll do this in the sauna. I don't know. I'll be up for it. That's no problem for me. Mikey, I'll come to you. Who had a hand up? Who had a hand up? Anyone? Yes. Just a small point, and I'll come to you.
Because we talked earlier about inclusivity, and I think the good thing is when everybody's naked, there's a kind of equality. Like you lose social status somehow, or you lose whatever costume you're wearing. So inclusivity also links to self-care to inclusivity.
Okay, so in sauna there's no costumes. Saunas are being naked. Is being naked in Poland a big thing? Do people do it?
I actually experienced it first time last year when I started going to training with my friends, a group of friends, and one of them has a sauna in their house. And it's really nice thing. We do it every week, and she has a big garden. So last winter when was the snow, because we get a lot of snow. And then after a sauna we just go out together naked and just roll around in snow, and it's just it's a really bonding experience.
Okay.
And really freeing also,
Okay, so a freeing, bonding experience, but particularly nice probably in the snow. Go on, Julia, and I'll come to you, Chris.
It's also a naked topic, not a sauna, but a lake or river topic.
Okay,
For me,
brilliant.
like swimming naked is so much better than swimming in a swimsuit.
Okay. And why is that? Is it just,
Probably like the connection with nature. Also, I feel the best in water, and I feel the best naked, probably. So I do it a lot with my friends on holidays, and that's nice.
Okay, so sauna is one thing. Oh, what happened? Is it just battery? Somebody switched off? This conversation was just a bit too much for the side of the table.
Naked. I think so.
Okay, so maybe we should. Maybe there is something to bring back to Mutation Festival. Maybe for next year there should be some kind of like free yourself sauna. Invite some right-wing people. Everybody naked together. Maybe that is the way to push forward. You say?
Yeah, I would like to see some kind of exhibition where everyone can go
exhibition
naked.
or just like experience.
Where everybody is the exhibition. Yeah. It would be nice, like to see everyone without shining and without roof.
Okay, so Mutation Festival, if you're watching this, and I hope you are, naked sauna in Mutation 2025, still 24. I will give you a mic, but I did promise it to Chris, and he was very patient, so I will come to you, Mikey.
Well, last year, I know already a long time that I like to be naked in nature, not with other people per se, but in sauna it's also nice, but especially like on my own, walking around naked in nature was a real discovery for me. Already I know like going to a naked beach and swimming, but especially like in the forests, that was a kind of connection that I never felt before, like something,
And can I ask you
I cannot explain why.
And can I ask you, how did it come about? Was it just something that you thought of one day, or was it like, oh, I see other people do it, or like, what were the circumstances? Because I think, as you said, naked beaches, that's more of a conventional thing, that is just a thing. But people walking naked on their own in the forest, is that something that you just kind of woke up one day and thought, oh yeah, why not?
No, I went to a naked camp place, where I also did like yoga. I'm a yoga teacher, so I did some yoga there, and then there was like a big forest also, like from the camping sites, and then in the forest walking naked. That was like with the sun going down and the birds and
So
I recommend it everybody.
Okay, well, so it sounds like
it's like paradise. It's like.
Was that in Belgium or somewhere else?
It was in France.
In France. Okay, close enough. Thank you, Chris. Julia, as you've left, any final thoughts before you completely depart and go naked? And as of course we are encouraging here, but remember the law.
I feel like speaking here is kind of being naked.
Speaking is like kind of being naked. I like that.
Here, like with this microphone and being live. So yeah.
That's your final thought.
It's a simulation of nakedness through conversation. Never considered that, but I think there's something in it. Thank you, Julia. Anything to add?
I don't know, I invite all the Belgian people to Poland, so maybe they can also discover bending the rules and maybe they will like it.
Okay, come to Poland. Rules are waiting for you. Try to bend them. That's kind of what it is. But guys, I'm just getting some kind of signals that we're coming to the end of this, right? No. Oh no. No, we're not. We're not. We've got one more hour. No, but we keep going. We keep going because that's kind of how we are. I'm completely energized. But we're going to swap?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
I can carry on.
Yeah, I mean, if
Sorry,
you're
just
happy,
a little bit of housekeeping here.
If you're happy, then we just
no, it's
carry
not
on.
live. It's kind of the opposite of live. This is live.
If you're happy, then that's fine.
We just carry on.
Yeah.
Yes, let me just introduce new people to the table because we've got hundreds now and this is the final hour, so whatever you want to say it now or just say it tomorrow because we're back tomorrow between 2 and 4. So my name is Margot, this is Talkaoke, it's a pop-up talk show. Who do we have here? We're going to go this way. Louis.
Chris.
Vic, welcome.
Merel.
Welcome.
Michael.
Magnix.
Mikey.
An empty seat. Yeah, come back.
Alexander.
Tatiana. Puck.
Tom, but I will give my place away. So
Okay, so
can...
so you can. Do you have a final thought for us?
Small things.
Okay, they can be medium sized. It's okay.
My takeaway from this is I'll probably be naked more from now on.
Come on,
it's
give
really,
him a naked more button now. We need to.
It's against the law.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and just thank you guys for doing this, everyone for sitting down. You're all beautiful people and have fun.
Amazing,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Cheers, Tom. Enjoy the rest of the festival. As I said, we're here tomorrow, and thank you for putting so much into this conversation as well. But this is Talkaoke. We have been talking about lots of different things. I could do a rewind, but I'm not going to do a complete rewind because there'll be 3 hours worth of rewind. But you had something to add.
How many hours do you guys spend in 1 week in this table?
Okay, well, I can't really give any opinions or facts. What's the question? How many hours do we spend in this?
Oh, it's hours and hours and hours. I mean, in the
We're
summertime.
hardly ever on the outside.
In the summertime, it's like every day. This is more slowing down in the winter. In the summer, we're out and about, working in many fields.
Okay, so many hours, we're quite durable, but we also train people up to do this job and in different languages. As it happens, we've got a vacancy for a Flemish-speaking host, or Ukrainian-speaking host, Polish, no, Flemish. Okay, do you want to do it? Do it now. Yeah, give him a round of applause.
Okay,
Amazing.
so just sit on this crack bit here, and then just legs together. Go here, spin around, and then something like that. Anyway, something like that. And the 2 things to remember is when you're in the middle, we can go in Flemish, no problem. We've been wanting to do some Flemish, but our Flemish is a little bit poor, so we've been waiting for someone like you to go in. But the 2 things to remember: number 1, they're the rules, but in the middle,
no singing, no punching.
In the middle. No opinions. If you've got an opinion, like for example, I've got an opinion about saunas. What's the big deal with saunas? Isn't it too hot in a sauna? But see, I'm turning that into a question. Do people really enjoy being in a sauna? So that you see, then I'm not giving my opinion. I'm just turning it into a question. So that's the main thing to remember. The other thing to remember: 360 degrees. Keep spinning. But when you spin, don't keep spinning the same direction because then you'll tie the microphone in a knot. So,
yeah.
So that's the 2 things. That's your basic training in Talkaoke done. Over to you. First thing to do: get everyone's names and just ask them what they want to talk about.
Okay. Hi. My name is Gigi. What's your name?
My name is Alexander.
Tatiana.
Puck.
Louis. Chris.
Vic. Merel.
Michael.
Magnix. En Mikey, you can go in Flemish.
Ja, voilà. Hier zijn we dan. Oh, heb ik dat nu... Nee, ik heb niks kapot gemokt.
Voilà, voilà, voilà. Hoe is het bij jullie? We zijn hier vandaag op Mutation. Mikey, how was your day in Mutation today? What was the best thing that you today has experienced?
You jumping in the middle of the table. But also you need to go lower as well. You make the chair higher. Yeah, you're low for a reason, so people can see. But yeah, it's definitely this moment now. Is definitely my best moment of the day. Yeah. Anyway, I think you might have killed the sound effects, but.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oké. Zijn er nog mensen die coole dingen hebben gedaan vandaag? Oh.
I have a question for this table, maybe, or a question to discuss about. We talked about like self-care, and speaking of technology and like iPhones and stuff, people get like stressed about it and the socials. And my question is, can technology also like improve self-care and help? How?
How can technology help in self-care? Does someone know? Who's a lot... jongen. Who's... Oké. Ondertussen kan ik even fixen.
So, I think in 10 years it will be possible to make a good injection under my skin so I can look like 20 when I'm gonna be 60. So that's a technology progress. I think we're gonna face it anyway, so...
We're gonna fix age looking?
Yeah.
By technology. How are we gonna do that? How are we gonna do that?
Exists, I think.
Ask a question about that?
Yeah, of course. What's your question?
Why do you want to do that?
I don't want to.
So you could be asking that question.
How? Okay, yeah, indeed. What's your question? Wait, can you?
You have a microphone in your head.
Yeah, that's true.
Why do you think that is a good thing?
Voilà.
I didn't say it's a good thing. But that's the thing we are going to. But it's in improving. But in certain moment it's gonna turn bad, right?
It's gonna turn better. Is it gonna turn better? What do you think?
No, I say it's gonna turn bad.
It's gonna turn bad.
I know people who do injections under their skin, they got addicted, and then you cannot stop anymore. One injection and till the end of your life.
Like Botox and stuff. Dus are there here people who are injected with Botox? Monix, are you injected with Botox?
Yeah, I know I smile a lot, but it's still a natural smile.
It's a beautiful smile. Smile.
No, but I think I hope for me self-care has much to do with with accepting if you're aging, like to learn how to accept it. That's for me the self-care part.
How can we accept more what age we are looking? How do we accept that more, Louis?
Okay. How do we accept that we are old? Yeah, good question. Now I get to give an answer. My answer on that question is just accept that you're older, but you have like more experience and more skills. So that is also see the positive things of being older, I think. And so that, yes, and grey hair is very sexy, so that's good.
That's true. I saw you lifting your hand.
Try not to think about it, I'd say. If you are thinking about it.
I see you lifting.
I feel like I'm the expert on aging here around this table, so I've got a lot to say. And I don't think aging is actually that bad, because aging is being alive, and
aging is being alive.
Yeah, it's not just getting wise; it's getting fucked up. It's everything. So it's
getting the life experience.
Yeah, it's a life. It's living life, and I think aging. I can tell you from my experience that aging is not as bad. When you're young, you think, "Oh, it's really shit being old," but it's not. I'm 50, so I don't know. Maybe it gets worse later.
Hello. Yes, I just wonder whether this idea of like accepting aging is different for different genders, because I think for women it's more difficult.
Indeed. Is it more difficult for women to getting old than for men? Oh, here you go.
Of course. That's
And why?
why? Nature. Nature decide. I think so, because for women, being beautiful, it's takes a lot of space. It's different than from men, because women do not choose men for his beauty. I mean, most of the women, right? But men choose women for their beauty, you know? So for me, personally, I don't think it's bad to be scared of getting old. I think it's a thought of everyone who is like living this life. I mean, I found it personally a little bit scary, right? Because sometimes you're gonna look in the mirror and you're gonna see totally different body, totally different face, wrinkles and stuff. I'm only 20 and then I see the wrinkles here and I'm like, oh my God, I'm laughing too much. But oh no, in 10 years it's gonna turn even worse, right? So it's a little bit scary.
I don't think it's natural. I think it's societal. And I'm also 20. I don't have those things with the wrinkles, but I do feel like I'm not sporting enough. And then I feel like, oh, my body is already starting to ache and stuff. How am I gonna do this? Maybe I should take some more time to move, so I don't have much aching.
Our body is gonna change when we are getting old. Is that true?
Our body's definitely going to change, yeah. I mean, not necessarily for the worse either, I don't think. But I just wanted to bring up, I don't know if anyone's seen the film The Shining.
Did anyone see the movie The Shining?
But there's a classic moment in that where Jack Nicholson is kissing... I mean, the final thought, yeah. How do you say that in Flemish?
Een laatste groet.
Flemish.
We gaan nog even een laatste groet doen.
Yeah.
Een laatste gedachte.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get a final thought. But anyway, okay, maybe I'll just say this thing and like he's kissing the beautiful girl, and then he turns around and suddenly she's an old woman, and it's supposed to be a horror scene. Oh no, kissing the beautiful girl. She's suddenly really old. But I think that is actually the psychic fear of love, because what he's actually kissing is the woman that he loves, who's turned old. And so the fear is not about the... Yeah. Anyway, that's all that I wanted to say.
People are gonna love us anyways.
Yeah, because if you love someone, then you're gonna love them when they're really, really old.
True. Oké, we gaan nog even een laatste groet met jullie doen. En daarna een weesje groetje. Oké, ik zal beginnen met u.
Okay, so it's like... So... No, so I'm personally don't really...
Je mocht zelf kiezen of dat Nederlands of Engels is.
I don't think I personally I don't care if my partner in the life will be like too old or I don't know with any disabilities or something. So I think it's like on your mind, and so you can change it by yourself or I don't know with some care of people. So personally, I'm going to gym. I get a lot of supplements, which I hope will stop my speed of aging. So because I'm like all of the stuff around, but I think it's dependent person. So if you like it, it's okay. It's I think the most important stuff is in your head to be healthy in your head and other stuff. So
aging is like a mentality state.
Yeah. For example, you can be make really healthy habits or something, but if you will see something you can like throw away, like things like your eat. So I mean, if your mentality is not good, so everything you're doing with your food, with your gym, so will not be on the same.
It's just taking care of yourself and you get...
Yeah, I think mentality is more important stuff to think. Okay, thanks.
Merci voor de laatste groet. Dan ga ik...
Mijn laatste groet, dat ik moet meer Nederlands spreken. Maar ik heb heel... Ik heb er bang om Nederlands te praten. Omdat voor mij soms het heel moeilijk om te proper zin te maken en ik maak heel veel fouten. Maar ja, straks ik zou heel perfect Vlaams spreken.
Je bent het aan het leren, weet je? Dat is het leerproces.
Ja, fijne avond.
Merci. Oké, zijn er hier mensen die zich misschien een andere leeftijd voelen dan ze ook echt daadwerkelijk zijn? Bijvoorbeeld dat je echt zo wat in je 20 bent, maar dat je misschien je mentaal al wat 60 voelt. Of dat je 60 jaar bent en dat je je misschien 20 voelt.
Ja.
Ah ja, trouwens, jij bent nieuw in deze groep.
Hallo.
Wat is uw naam?
Dylan.
Hoe?
Dylan.
Dylan. Dag Dylan. Welkom bij de
Aangenaam iedereen.
Talkaoke. Jij voelt je een andere leeftijd? Of?
Ja, dat komt ook gewoon door bepaalde dingen dat ik misschien beter niet vernoemen omdat het te donker is, maar omdat ik gewoon heel vroeg volwassen moet worden.
Je moet daar niet over praten.
Ik ben momenteel 28. Nee, ik ben comfortabel.
Oké, cool.
Okay, don't worry. Momenteel, wat die persoon zei, echt... iets dat ik echt wil zeggen is gewoon van luister naar elkaar, babbel met elkaar. Alsjeblieft, stop gewoon met constant monologen aan elkaar te geven. En luister alsjeblieft. En alles gaat opgelost raken, maar niemand luistert er meer tegenwoordig.
Meer leren praten als een society.
Ja, en luisteren ook. En het is nooit zwart of wit. Het is nooit zwart of wit. En het is ambetant om het te zien. Je ziet het nu in Gent ook. Maar ja, Groen heeft gewonnen, maar ja, er hebben er ook veel op andere mensen gestemd. Snap je?
Dat is waar.
Er is een verdeeldheid, snap je? We zijn verdeeld. Dus ja, er is een hele groep dat ook... Dus ja, babbel een beetje meer met elkaar. Waarom gaan we niet allemaal samen, alle groepen, allemaal samen in een vereniging?
We moeten samen praten over hoe dat we ons voelen. Hoe voel jij je vandaag?
Goed.
Goed? Echt goed?
Ja.
Mooi. Hoe voel jij je vandaag?
Wat?
Hoe voel jij je vandaag, Louis?
Ça va? Ja, dat kan beter. Het kan altijd beter, maar het is optimaal.
Wat zijn
optimaal.
De dingen die jij vandaag beleefd hebt? Buiten de podcast van Step to Ghent. Hoe is jouw dag gegaan?
Ça va. Buiten de podcast van Step to Ghent was het een zalige dag.
Oké.
Het was vrij tof.
Gewoon even voor de duidelijkheid. We hebben vandaag de podcast gedaan, ik en Louis, hier op One Step to Ghent. Grote gas. Een beetje zoals... Hier is het nog veel rustiger, hier is het plezant. Daarboven ook. En morgen gaan we dat opnieuw doen, tussen 3 en 5.
Ja?
En morgen gaan we het hebben over de digitale softwares van de toekomst. Hoe gaan die er volgens jullie uitzien?
Mag ik nog spreken? Mijn antwoord was nog niet gedaan.
Sorry. Zet je rust.
Cool. Nee, wat ik nog wil zeggen was dat ik heel blij was dat alleen vandaag ook ondanks door sommige tegenslagen, dat toch zo wat mensen hebben die me tips geven, die me feedback geven. Ook vandaag was dat het geval en dan denk ik wel heel dankbaar dat er zulke mensen bestaan die er zijn en die blijven gaan zeggen van ik zie duidelijk potentieel en dit is wat ik beter kan doen in de toekomst.
Voilà.
En ik denk dat dat juist een positiviteit is. Dat
elkaar helpen, elkaar feedback geven.
Dat mensen altijd toch elkaar helpen en elkaar gaan blijven verstaan. Dus voilà.
Zoals jij inderdaad
deze prachtige tafel draait om luisteren naar elkaar, dus voilà.
Dat is waar. Want praten, luisteren, bijten helpt en is zo belangrijk in de wereld waar we vandaag in leven. Wat was jouw mooiste experience vandaag op het Mutation Festival?
Waar op festival?
Het Mutation Festival. Ah ja, welkom bij het circus.
Ja, je kan mieren, dankjewel. Je kan mieren doodbranden, dat vond ik wel even leuk.
Wat?
Je kan mieren doodbranden daar.
Nieren doodbranden?
Je kan mieren doodbranden.
Doodbranden?
Ja, met een vergrootglas.
Ah, ik ken de mieren.
Nee, het is ja.
Okay.
Allemaal AI. Was wel nice.
En jij hebt een stiekeme droom om mieren dood te branden.
Het was wel even leuk, ja. Ik vond me wel, ja.
Mooi.
Was goed.
Cool.
Ja.
Wat is je naam?
Remy.
Remy?
Aangenaam.
Voilà. Jullie zijn hier ook? Oké. We gaan ook even een namenronde doen, want ik ben ja, voilà. Ja, zeg Samson, we gaan ook even een namenronde doen, hoor. Wat zeg je? Wat is jouw naam zo?
Mijn naam is Puk.
Is er een vraag gesteld?
Wat is jouw naam zo?
Mijn imaginaire naam?
Ja?
Ik word graag aangesproken gewoon als Dylan.
Dylan. Oké.
Ja, maar mijn naam is Louis natuurlijk.
Wat? Dag Louis.
Chris.
Chris.
Ik ben Vic.
Dag Vic.
Merel.
Merel.
Remy. En maar niks.
En maar niks. Oh. Ah, sorry.
Mikey.
Sorry Mikey. How many subscribers do you have? Is this for the YouTube or?
Yeah, we'll put it on the YouTube if everyone's happy with it.
Yeah. Is it cool for you that we share this on YouTube?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you? What do you? Allee, zeg, met die stomme stoel. Sorry. Waar is James Cook? Hoeveel vinden jullie van jullie zelf dat... Kom maar gerust bij zitten, er is toch plaats genoeg? Dan gaan we jullie ondertussen ook even voorstellen. Hallo. Wat zijn jullie... Jullie zijn nu al... Ik vind jullie nu al prachtige mensen, maar jullie hebben ongetwijfeld ook prachtige namen. Wat zijn die?
Mijn naam is Lars.
Dag Lars.
Ik ben Ellen.
Dag Ellen. Wie vindt... We gaan het ook even over sociale media hebben. Wie vindt er van zichzelf dat hij te veel van dooms... Allee, ja, hoe noemt dat? Van die uren... dat hij te veel uren op sociale media zit. Hallo.
Dat is echt gemeen veel hoe vaak dat ik daarop zit. Dat is echt 6 uur per dag.
6 uur per dag?
Maar ik heb ook super zware ADHD en ik blijf daar gewoon ziek hard in zitten. En ik weet dat ik daar moet van zweten, maar dat lukt mij niet.
Ik heb dat zelf ook...
En ook als een gesloten app en je opent hem 1 seconde later terug, je sluit hem opnieuw en je opent hem terug.
Dan zijn we een beetje bij mijn vraag van daarnet. Wat kunnen we daar nu, wat vinden wij nu dat daar het beste mee helpt?
Verwijderen.
Buiten verwijderen.
Wat helpt er het beste? Oké, jij hebt een tip.
Ik heb een hele goede tip gehoord van mensen. Je moet je gsm dus instellen in zwart en wit tinten. Want die kleuren, dat triggert je allemaal. En als dat zwart-wit is, dan gaat dat automatisch je minder triggeren. Dat gaat gewoon allemaal weggaan. En je moet niet veel doen daarvoor.
Je kunt dat als snelknop instellen op zo je home button op Apple. Maar ik heb het ook al jaren aanstaan, maar ik gebruik dat eigenlijk wel echt niet. Ik zet dat dan een kwartiertje aan en dan betrap ik mezelf dat ik dat eigenlijk gewoon direct terug uitzet.
De zwart-wit helpt niet meteen dan. Maar wat helpt er wel volgens jou?
Ja, ik weet niet of het helpt, maar je kunt ook timers zetten op je apps dat je weet, ik ga daarop doomscrollen. Kun je dat zetten en dan komt dat erop en dan kan dat wel een reminder zijn. Ik heb het zelf nog niet gedaan, dus ik weet het niet of het helpt echt, hè. Maar ik weet dat dat kan.
Bart? Christophe?
Bart de Pauw.
Ja, die staat ook aan de tafel van
Chris. Hij wilt, ja. Nee, ik had een bepaalde periode voor 5 maanden gewoon beslist van ik haat smartphones, by the way. Fuck it, bak gsm.
Echt zo'n baksteen.
Beste periode dat ik ooit gehad heb. Echt waar. Maar, wat gebeurt er? Je krijgt betere jobs, je gaat verder in het leven. Je bent geconditioneerd om iets mee te hebben, om een KBC-app te hebben, om dat te hebben. En wat deed ik dan? Ik ging met 2 gsm's naar buiten. Maar hoe kom je dan over? Als een drugsdealer. Dus ja, dat zijn mijn baas. Ja. Dus vanaf dan heb ik gezegd, oké, ik ga hiermee stoppen. Maar om terug te komen, die 5 maanden met die Nokia, dat je geen social media hebt, dat je enkel maar kunt bellen op sms'en, je hebt zoveel meer tijd. Want echt Instagram Reels, sterf. Sorry.
Klopt. Volgende vraag. Zijn er hier nog drugsdealers? Ik heb het nodig. Ondertussen hebben wij een mooie nieuwe naam aan onze tafel. Hallo.
Hallo, ik ben Carlien. Mag ik misschien nog even terugkomen op je vorige vraag?
Dat mag zeker. Drugsdealers.
Ja, dat was... je hebt iets met drugs, hè, maar ik niet.
Over welke
Dus
vraag
ik
hebben we
kan
het?
over die vragen rond die apps en zo. Hè.
Ja?
Eigenlijk wil ik gewoon een tip geven. Ik heb onlangs een filmpje gezien van Arjan Lubach. Dat is zo'n Nederlands presentator over Cocomelon. Dat is
Over wat?
Cocomelon.
Cocomelon?
Ja, ik denk dat veel mensen die gaan kennen, maar dat is eigenlijk zo'n filmpje of zo'n serie voor jonge kindjes. Ja, en ik zou... Ja. Maar het geeft wel heel veel inzicht in hoe dat wij eigenlijk van jongs af aan, van kids binnen eigenlijk verslaafd worden aan ons scherm. En ik zou jullie eigenlijk aanraden om dan een keer op te zoeken Arjan Lubach en dus Cocomelon. En dan, voor mij was het heel vernieuwend om dat te zien. Dus een aanrader.
Wordt doomscrollen en het te veel gebruik aan telefoon genoeg door de media aangekaart?
Simpel, VCR kopen, dvd-speler kopen, uw gsm van wanneer je opstaat tot 6 uur, gewoon van zo 10 tot 6 zit ik momenteel op niet storen. Dus gewoon werken, mijn ding doen. Avond ervoor dat ik ga gaan slapen, maak ik een takenlijst. Klaar. En vanaf 6 uur is het gewoon van oké, nu ga ik eten, maak ik dat. Je bent niet afgeleid van niets.
Wacht,
het helpt. Ik heb extreem ADHD en het helpt.
We gaan nog een laatste weesgegroetje doen.
Geen tip.
Oké, het is eigenlijk een takenlijst waarmee dat je jezelf zo wat bijhoudt.
Als je ADHD hebt, moet je dat doen.
Als je ADHD hebt, oké. We gaan afscheid moeten nemen van deze twee jonge dames. Hebben jullie nog een laatste weesgegroetje voor ons?
Een weesgegroetje?
Een weesgegroetje.
Wees gewoon lief voor jezelf. En nog een kleine tip over de gsm's. Ik ben sinds kort terug beginnen met lezen in de ochtend en in de avond.
Oh.
Ja, een boek lezen. En ik heb echt een enorm verschil gemerkt in mijn slaap en hoe dat ik mijn dag start en zo.
Dus lezen, eigenlijk je telefoonverslaving inruilen voor een andere interesse.
Ja, want mijn zus was daarmee begonnen en ik kon die pas bereiken om 1 uur in de namiddag. En ik vond het in het begin extreem frustrerend, omdat hij zo was van, oh ja, ik klek mijn gsm weg en ik was alleen Mona, ik kan het niet bereiken. Maar dan ben ik dat zelf ook beginnen doen en je weet dat het beter is voor jezelf, maar het is ook echt zo.
Ja. Het is zo. Ik zie jou meteen knikken.
En gewoon zeggen tegen je omgeving van, als je mij nodig hebt, bel mij. Al de rest staat uit.
Inderdaad. Het is zo wat ik hier uithaal is eigenlijk 2 telefoons en je interesses inruilen voor iets anders. En terugsteler. Voilà. Dat verdient ook nog goed. Tot ziens. Ondertussen liggen er hier nog wat koekjes. Merci voor de nootjes. Ik zie hier I see here a hand.
I can say it in Polish, it's not a problem if we're doing the language around. No, but apparently eating nuts is not very good for speaking because they can get stuck in your throat. Oh. No. you should have nuts. I can bring you crisps, it's no problem. But yeah.
Okay. Nuts are not good for your voice when you speak. Does someone else have a tip for me? What's your favorite... hij weet niet... Oh, jongen. Het is om een draad. Sorry so bad. What is best to eat when you're in a circle and on a table? Do you know?
Oh.
En er zijn ondertussen nog 2 plaatjes vrijgekomen. Komt u gerust erbij zitten, meneer. Ondertussen hebben wij hier een mooi nieuw gezicht bij. Goeiedag, wat is uw naam?
Mijn naam is Toon.
Dag Toon. En Toon, wil jij iets mededelen met deze prachtige tafel?
Jouw laatste vraag van wat is het beste om te eten in een cirkel? Is een pizza?
Is een pizza.
Een donut.
Een donut. Ja. Oké, een donut. En wat is jouw naam?
Mijn naam is Troek, aangenaam.
Dag Troek, ik ben Ismaël. Oh, en ondertussen gaan we nog eens een namenronde doen.
Remy.
Camille?
Remy.
Margot.
Margot?
Marnix.
Oké. Dan gaan we straks nog eens terug.
Nog steeds Lars ook.
Hoe zit het?
Lars.
Ellen.
Puk, maar ik ga ook nu weg.
Maar Puk, je zit er al zo lang, zo jammer.
Excuus.
Wat brengt deze avond jou nog, Puk?
Boek lezen.
Boek lezen. Mooi. Voilà. We nemen dingen mee van deze tafel. We nemen dingen mee. Heb je nog een laatste weesje groetje voor de tafel van Gert?
Ga naar de sauna, ja, zoals er vaak is opgekomen. Ik weet nog een leuke in Rotterdam, op Brienenoord-eiland. Hele leuke op vrijdagavond.
En word jij gesponsord door die sauna?
Nee, niet eens.
Niet eens. Vanaf nu, stel dat die sauna nu aan het meekijken is, sponsor Puk.
Thanks.
Wat is jouw naam?
Pommelien Thijs.
Pommelien Thijs.
Tot zover geweten ben ik nog steeds Louis.
Oké.
Chris.
Voilà. Mocht. Voilà. Maar nu is het geld terug.
Hi, I'm Mikey.
Mikey.
What have people been talking about? Because I've not been understanding. I actually really like to hear.
Dus doomscrolling presents to enough the. How do you say that? I'm gonna try to speak English.
Something about doomscrolling.
Indeed.
Reading a book solving doomscrolling.
Marnix, jij bent mijn vertaler. Wordt het te veel op je telefoon zitten genoeg gepresenteerd door de media van vandaag?
Do the current media present enough what?
Op te veel op je telefoon zitten?
Are the current media too present on your phones? Is that your question?
Huh?
Are the current media too present on your phone?
Nee. Presenteert de media op televisie, in de kranten, online gewoon genoeg dat we te veel op onze telefoon zitten? En hoe zou de media ons kunnen helpen om minder op onze telefoon te zitten?
How could the regular media help us to be less on our phone? I think they're doing a great job, actually. I'm never on my phone because of them, so...
True, but like no site shouldn't they tell us that we are busy too much on our phones? What do you think?
There is a question.
What do you think, Louis?
Yeah. I was just thinking of The Simpsons, and in The Simpsons they have like multiple scenes in which they say that you don't watch television, and if they that too with news and don't go on your phone, then it's very good, eh?
So the Simpsons are presenting something in... Yeah?
I know. They should do what they do with cigarettes. They should show like extremely enlarge the negative consequences of watching. No, they shouldn't. I hate it, but they should.
They should show us like there are consequences, but you can't keep doing it. Of watching too much medias.
When my friend's parents found out that she was a smoker, we were teenagers, we were like 17. They sat her down in the kitchen and they got her to smoke 20 cigarettes in a packet. After which she gave up because she just couldn't take anymore. And I wonder whether that would work with media. But I wonder how long, like 20 cigarettes, what is it, like an hour to smoke all 20 cigarettes? Not long. With media, how long would you have to watch it to I can't do this anymore?
How long should...
Or maybe
how long is too much social media? And how long should you get... Hoeveel zou er veel sociale media zijn? En hoe zou je kunnen gestraft worden zoals sigaretten?
Exactly.
So, I have an analogy. I was thinking about the Clockwork Orange.
Sorry.
The Clockwork Orange, where they open up their eyes forcibly, and they watch you, or they let you watch a copious amount of social media until you just give up.
Je zou
analogy, no?
plakkers op je netvliezen, zodat je echt gewoon moet blijven kijken naar tv of op je telefoon.
Overdoses. Ja.
Voilà. Voilà.
Remind me what you said again? I had an opinion on that.
Ze zei dat... Zal ik het? Okay. You said, if I'm correct, you can...
Say it in Flemish.
Ze zei dat... ik heb dat ooit gezien in Net Survivor Kids, daarom ben ik ook sneller mee. Ze zei dat je, als je de plakkers aan je netvliezen plakt, dat je echt gewoon je ogen niet kunt sluiten en gewoon steeds moet blijven kijken. En als je blijft kijken, dat een soort straf is, omdat je echt te veel op je telefoon zit, bezig bent. En ondertussen, Louis... We gaan nog even een laatste weesgegroetje met jou doen.
Maar ik ben waarschijnlijk over 3 minuten terug, maar ik wou nog gaan checken wat een Mogo was aan het doen. Ik had gezegd dat ik gaan checken.
Oké, laat het ons straks alsjeblieft ook weten.
Mag ik het in Nederlands zeggen?
Dat mag zeker, want mijn Engels is ook...
Het was gewoon over zo social media en zeker jongeren die daarop zitten en het vlak van hoeveel dat mensen eigenlijk kunnen vinden van hun. Ik ben al jaren Moni en ik heb ik had een groep van 15 tot 17-jarigen en om hun te leren kennen had ik gezegd, oké, hier zijn deze reeks informatie dat je moet te weten komen over een andere persoon. Dat waren kinderen die elkaar nog niet kenden en zij moesten op social media elkaar gaan opzoeken. Zoeken, wie zijn de broers en zussen? Wat doen ze als hobby? Wat doen die in hun vrije tijd? Waar zitten ze op school? En dan gingen we daarna kijken, oké, ik denk dat deze persoon dit is. Deze persoon, is dat juist, is dat niet juist? En daarna was dat wel even een besef van... We hebben elkaar op een manier leren kennen. Sommigen waren helemaal fout. Bijvoorbeeld, ik zit in de Giro, maar dat was niet, dat is mijn zus. Ik heb dat gewoon geliked. En zo kwamen dingen te weten dat ineens besefte van, maar een onbekende komt dat ook te weten. En dat was een heel groot besef ineens van, fuck, mensen komen dingen te weten van mij die mij niet kennen door gewoon echt even te deep diven. En dat was een goed besef voor de kinderen van, oei.
Dat er te veel informatie op het internet staat. Wordt het internet te gevaarlijk met de internet die we vandaag over elkaar kunnen terugvinden? Ik ga direct terugkomen op deze vraag, maar ik ga jullie ondertussen de vraag stellen. Volgens mij spreken jullie geen Nederlands, hè? So, we are going back to English. Hi. You were sitting at this table 20 minutes ago, but can you repeat your name for our new table?
Oh, I'm Julia. Hello.
How?
Julia.
Julia.
My name is also Julia.
Two Julias. Victor Victor Verhulst will be very happy. Voilà. Maar dus even verder met de vraag. Staat er te veel... wacht. I'm gonna go further with the question. Is there too much on the internet, too much information about ourselves?
You always decide when you go to the internet or not. Like 5-10 years ago, it was way worse. The dark web was way worse. Now you have VPNs, protectors. You have like no tracking, less phishing. I knew the internet if there are people before, like born before 2000, LimeWire, and the viruses it came with. So I don't think the internet is becoming dangerous. It's how we use it.
So the internet is...
Same with AI. AI is not dangerous. You have to learn to work with it.
AI is not dangerous. You need to work with the tools that you have today and do things in the future with it.
It's evolution. It's like in the past we didn't have cars. We had paarden. And now horses, yeah. And now we have cars. When a job disappears, another job appears. And it will continue like that. But we have to be smart about shit. Sometimes we have to like, okay, stop.
True.
Speaking of which, we will be slowly coming to an end. I've got nuts in my mouth, so I shouldn't be talking,
But can we keep going? It's just so fun.
It is fun, but maybe we can do final thoughts. That's going to take us like, to the end.
Voilà. Okay, 10 minutes. Are there any last things, important things that you need to share with the table? And we got a new girl. Hallo.
Hallo.
Maar jij zit daar net toch ergens anders?
Ik zat daar.
Voilà, ik dacht het. Kunt u, aangezien dat je nog eens aan tafel komt zitten, ga ik je nog eens uw naam vragen.
Wat blief?
Aangezien dat je nog eens aan tafel komt zitten, ga ik nog eens uw naam vragen.
Vivian, over welk onderwerp zou je het liefst willen praten?
Taal.
Maybe final thoughts.
Voilà, voilà. Dus, mannetjes, we hebben hier nog 10 minuten. In those 10 minutes, we are going to share our most important thoughts of the day.
I mean, before we do that, we maybe need a recap of all the things we talked about today. So we started off talking about this festival. We started off to, or maybe we just get a final thought from these guys if they're going now, and then I'll just do the recap of what we talked about. Yeah.
Voilà, voilà, voilà. Voilà, we gaan ook een laatste weesje groetje met u doen. Wat zijn uw laatste groeten aan deze mooie tafel?
Okay. Everybody make sure to eat your like daily fruit. Eat your vitamins and enjoy them.
If you like something, go look for it outside. Don't keep it in.
So I heard, eat your fruits, eat healthy meals, and just do, if you have some nice ideas, go for it and make life the most fun that you can make it. Voilà, that's a beautiful message. Voilà, voilà, voilà. Wat? Ja, je komt nu net aan deze tafel zitten, maar hoe was Mutation vandaag voor jou? En ja, vertel het maar.
Hoe was Mutation vandaag voor mij?
Ja, inderdaad. Wat is het meest bijzondere dat je op dit tech-festival gezien hebt?
Ik weet het eigenlijk niet.
Zijn petje.
Ik zou inderdaad... ik mag geen mening zeggen,
maar... Oh
maar...
my god, zijn Urbanus-petje.
Zijn Urbanus-petje.
Uniek.
Hoe goed kunt jij Urbanus imiteren?
Wacht hè. De wereld is om zeep.
Nee, ja, sorry, er zijn 2 regels. Je mocht aan deze tafels... Sorry, 1 zingen, 1 not singing en 2 not punching. Zo, je moet hem echt gewoon naast zeggen.
Dat kan ik niet, echt. Ik ben mezelf en je moet mij accepteren zoals ik ben.
Dat is mooi. Mogen wij een applaus voor gewoon onszelf zijn? Voilà, maar Urbanus, wat is uw echte naam?
Pieter.
Pieter, dag Pieter.
Emilia.
Dag Pieter, dag Emilia. We zijn bezig aan onze laatste ronde van de dag. En ik zou jullie willen vragen, Mutation, vandaag, hoe was dat voor jullie?
Ik heb die banners allemaal versleept. Het is vermoeiend.
Je hebt welke banners allemaal versleept?
Ja, die mannen.
Ah, die vlaggen, die doeken.
Ah, maar ja.
Oké. Mag zij daar een applaus voor? She really did hard work. Wow, merci. Komt jij morgen ook?
Ja, in de voormiddag, maar daarna moet ik naar de Giro.
Naar de Giro.
Ja.
Toen was dan met de scouts, nu hebben we de Giro.
Ja.
Je weet het, gasten, je mocht niet zingen en niet mappen. Dus dat is belangrijk om te weten.
Oké, is goed.
Voilà. Mappen.
Mappen of rappen?
Just let's get them some final thoughts from these people, and we need to get final thoughts ready from everybody
indeed.
Around here because we're going to be closing this down. But Julia, we need your final thoughts. Posha.
Julia, what are your latest thoughts of this beautiful day? What do you want to share with us? You can share everything that's important to you today.
I guess if you want to have a conversation with someone, just do it.
Just talk to each other and listen to each other. Beautiful. And Julia. Merci, Julia.
Angry and brush your teeth.
Brush your what?
Brush your teeth.
What's brush your teeth?
Like
brush your teeth.
Brush your teeth. Yeah.
Me?
Talk to each other and brush your teeth.
I thought, sell it geen yes?
Oh, what? English?
Sell it geen? No. It's something from FC de Kampioenen. But thank you. So, take care of yourself, okay? Final thoughts of the day.
Final thoughts?
Yes, of the
We're
day.
going to go look for Marika and Jens. Have you seen them?
Wie?
Marika and Jens.
Did we see Marika and Jens?
And also I invited the European Youth Council to come here, okay? So I'm sorry in advance.
That's Thank you for sharing your
I'm
latest
not
thoughts.
sure whether or not they're coming.
Maybe you should call them.
No way. I have made a big embarrassment of myself, so no way.
But like Julia said, talking is so important. But thank you. Voilà, thank you for your latest thoughts. Urbanus?
I just want to say, you're holding the mic.
Yeah.
And you've been holding it for how long now?
For 20 minutes?
No, is it 20 minutes that you've been here? How long have you been here? Like 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours?
Something like that.
Well,
but what's wrong with me keeping the micro?
I congratulate you. You inspire me.
Thank you. You too. Normally I would hug you, but for now it's just a handshake. Can I stand? Can I stand?
You can't.
Voilà.
I don't know, it tends to ruin the whole shape of the Talkaoke, do you know what I mean? But, you know, you're in charge now, so...
Voilà. Tot ziens. Wat is jouw laatste groet aan deze wondermooie dag?
Aan deze wondermooie dag? Ik zou zeggen... Omring uzelf met mensen die u warmte en energie geven. En ik denk dat dat de essentie is van het leven.
Omring uzelf met mensen die het goed met je bedoelen, waarmee je ook coole dingen kunt doen. Mooi.
Wie heeft er een stem voor N-VA? Wie heeft er een stem voor Groen?
Ja, N-VA!
Maar, we zijn stil.
Ja.
Nee. We gaan weer 6 jaar naar dezelfde bullshit. Ik ga nou stemmen volgend jaar. Yo!
Oostende! Welkom, ik ben van Oostende. Ja, ik ben van Oostende. Voilà. Dus, ik ga...
Ja, dat is mijn DJ.
Jill, de Splendor. Mooi.
Yeah,
Voilà,
it was my first mutations, and my first last week it was my first game jam, so it's a whole new world for me.
You joined the game jam.
Well, yeah, I helped a bit with the game jam. Yeah, I'm a bit emotional actually with all these artistic projects, youngsters, every age. Welcome here and fantastic. I'm a bit emotional actually. Yeah.
It's really great to see all those happy people just greeting each other, just talking to each other, just being themselves. It's a beautiful day. Thank you for your latest greet. Can I have your
final thoughts?
Final thoughts, yes.
I really enjoyed tonight. It's been just really good, considering that we just arrived. We've never been here before. This is the first mutation for us, first Talkaoke. Brilliant conversations. I quite like this idea of linking this festival to the concept of well-being, and can there be a bit more crossover with like health and stuff? I mean, I know he mentioned he does yoga or whatever, but you know, thank you. So yeah, and sauna. I mean, why not? Why can't we have a sauna in here? That's all I want to say.
We need to make a sauna here in the Wintercircus. Just put the chauffage wat warmer and it's gonna come all great.
So my final thoughts would be this. I have been joining in and out this round table. I really like the concept of you guys. It keeps the conversation going. And I think in times like these, it's very important. I don't know anybody of you guys. I don't know your background, I don't know your opinions. But that's what we are here about. Just to interact with each other. Even if we have differences, we can talk about it, right? And thank you for making that possible.
Beautiful message. Thank you for this beautiful message. and we're gonna end this beautiful table with you.
No, we're not. We're going to end it with your final thought.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
But the last final
I
thought.
thought sitting here for 5 hours won't make
That's
me
enough. That can be enough. It can be enough. But you know, I don't know. It's been a great evening. I've really enjoyed tonight and just the range of topics, and it's lovely people in Ghent. I hope we can come back here because they're really nice people, and it's a big surprise.
I know.
I mean, not that I didn't think anything bad of Ghent, but there's just so many creative, positive, kind people here. I was just it's brilliant. And I'm so pleased to see you in the middle. Oh, and now we can see. Yes.
I know we're not meant to share here in the middle of the table to share our opinions, but my final thoughts. I hope that this table comes back next year and that maybe I can sit here back with you all, because I love you all. I love you all. Thank you for viewing our live stream, and we will be next. Where is the next stop?
Well, we're going to be back here tomorrow, so just come back tomorrow. Between 2 and 4, you can see us all over again, and you can think of some good things to say. What are we not talking about that we need to talk about? Think about it for tomorrow, 2 to 4. Maybe we'll even do another session in Netherlands, a Flemish session, at some point tomorrow as well, because we'd love to do that again.
So, till tomorrow in the Wintercircus in Ghent. Bye.